chairpersons, Honorable Kigaba, as well as Honorable Pala. This is a joint standing committee meeting where you have both the portfolio committee as well as the joint standing committee of defense meeting today to get a brief from the Honorable Minister as well as the High Command Generals of the South African National Defence Force to brief Parliament on the developments of the mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo and recent developments at the Eastern DRC, which involves our members of our National Defence Force. I would like, before we start officially with the business of the day, that we take an opportunity as the Portfolio Committee together with the Joint Standing Committee to send our heartfelt condolences to families, to the SANDF community, to the African Union, as well as to the United Nations on the developments that affected our members, that we have casualties of our gallant soldiers who fought for peace, because it's in our foreign policy as a nation that South Africa, part of the work that it needs to do is to promote peace and freedom in the world, to bring about a better Africa and a better world. And these gallant sons and soldiers of our nations, they remain very much important to our hearts as we recognize their patriotism, their fortitude, as well as their sacrifice on behalf of our national flag. All of us would be aware that matters of security and matters of defense are issues of common interest. If there are problems, those problems do not only affect us as the Portfolio Committee, but they affect the whole nation. So we would like to request on behalf of the Portfolio Committee that we all rise to observe a moment of silence in honor of these gallant soldiers who fell with their boots on behalf of our nation. May their soul rest in peace. As I've already reported, that we have a joint sitting where we will get a feedback from the Minister and the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Mapaya, on the developments at the DRC. I have my co-chair, Honorable Gigaba, will chair the meeting because this is a joint sitting of defense matters, will allow him to chair the proceedings of the meeting. Over to you, Honorable Gigaba.
Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, generals commanding the South African National Defence Force, you are all welcome to the meeting. We are joined by the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans, Minister Angie, who is supported by the two Deputy Ministers, General Holomisa and Deputy Minister Mkungo, who are here with us today. The Chief of the South African National Defence Force is also here present, General Mapanya, and who is supported by Major General, who is the officer commanding the joint operations, and other officers of the South African National Defence Force. Now, honourable members, as the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee has indicated, issues of national security are non-partisan. They are of common interest to all of us. The safety, the performance, the welfare, the morale, the support of our soldiers everywhere, particularly those who are on the field, are issues of common interest to all of us. This meeting is going to be very simple and straightforward. I'm not sure about simple, but straightforward, yes, indeed. We are going to receive a report from the minister, and the minister will indicate if there is anyone else she has assigned to make any presentation. And thereafter, we will allow members to ask questions. Each member will have 3 minutes to pose questions, no speeches. But if you want to make a speech, it's up to you. Just that speech will not be excluded from the 3 minutes allocated to you. So if your preamble took 3 minutes, then once 3 minutes is over, we will cooperate to run the meeting smoothly and ensure that we then move to the next member. Then after the questions, at least we request that each member asks 2 questions. It will allow for the responses to be made. We will then ask for follow-up questions depending on the answers that have been provided. And then we will take a round for follow-up questions. Members must bear in mind, this is an open meeting. And so we understand that there might be certain issues which cannot be responded to because of national security and related matters. But we will expect that if there are questions which cannot be answered in an open meeting, we will then schedule a closed meeting for such an engagement to take place. That closed meeting will also happen physically. So it will not be a question of the department providing responses in writing within 7 working days, but it will be a follow-up, it will be a closed meeting so that we get those responses to questions which could not be answered during the open session. Having said that, without further ado, Honorable Minister, I hereby hand over to you. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair. Just before you hand over, can I just ask a question for the sake of clarity and also for the legal standing of this meeting? Which rules are you invoking for this meeting? Because we have rules for the Joint Standing Committee, we have rules for portfolio committees, and we have rules for the select committees. So if you determine a 3-minute response or asking of questions, which rules are you invoking? What are we standing on here? Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, you said you are giving each member 3 minutes. Then again, you come back and say the member must only ask 2 questions. So to me, I think the 2 are contradicting. If you say 3 minutes, do not dictate how many questions I will be using my own entitlement as per your. Although we are not sure where are you getting these terms of reference for this meeting. And it's very serious that we are here today to discuss the matters of great importance where our soldiers are being killed. If we say we can't engage enough, we are saying we are not taking the issue of DRC serious. But anyway, the 2 questions, 3 minutes, and the question. Thank you.
Please, Mike here.
Mine is a question of clarity, and it pertains specifically to the Joint Standing Committee's oversight function, and specifically the deployment letter by the President. A year ago, this committee met to discuss for the first time a letter of deployment which the President had issued in 2023, December, and they had only had sight of it 2 months later. in that meeting, there was a request for a legal opinion regarding the duty of the president or of this committee chairperson to call a meeting if Parliament is not in session, to have sight and to discuss the deployment so that the committee could do its oversight and fulfill its function. From that meeting, according to the minutes that I have, a legal opinion was going to be obtained, and it was going to form part of the legacy report. I do not recall it forming part of the legacy report. I might be wrong, but my issue is that a similar letter was then addressed to the chairpersons of this committee in December last year. We are now just jumping into a briefing by the minister, but we still haven't discussed that deployment. And I think it is important for us to understand what the rules are when it comes to the deployment letters. I also understand, from my view, is that the content of the two letters, the mandates, differ somewhat. And we have not had, as a joint standing committee, an opportunity to discuss these deployment letters. And here we are today with 14 soldiers who have died. I know it is on the agenda for Friday. My view would certainly have been that we should have discussed this before, and certainly before we get a briefing. And I think the real question also is, when the president is the commander-in-chief, should he not be here today to explain to us on what advice he signed that deployment letter? He's obviously not here today, and I certainly hope that the minister will also, as part of a briefing, inform this committee on the strength of what information this deployment was extended.
There was another hand. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think as people deployed to Parliament, representing our communities outside there, we have collectively requested for this kind of meeting. It's funny that some of us now are having side shows on what is the standing of the meeting, what is the meeting all about. I think this meeting is a request meeting, it's an extraordinary meeting because of matters concerning the nation. And we've called the minister. We wanted, last week there was a parade here in the same venue of a meeting that was postponed. And today we start even off and not wanting to understand what is the meeting all about. The meeting is about us getting information so that we protect and be informed as members of these committees, definitely so, the Joint Standing Committee and the Committee of Defense. So we must accept the chair, and actually I want to applaud you for diligently calling this meeting on urgency so that we can get a briefing on what is happening in the DRC. And I think, Chair, that is what we should appreciate, that there's a joint meeting, extraordinary meeting that has been called. You will clarify the rules, what is going to be the rules, but we shouldn't big about the push on the issue on what is this meeting all about. We know what the meeting is all about, and I think it's important, it is for national importance that we get this kind of briefings on an urgent matter. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, yes, we know what the meeting is about, and that is to get as much information without compromising intelligence and security of our troops in the DRC. Under those circumstances, Chair, I would have a problem if you impose on us such strict rules that it is difficult to probe the information that will be shared with us and to get to the bottom of what has happened. The nation wants to know what has happened. You cannot make rules on the hoof. You must have the open mind, Chair, to allow us, without abusing time, but to allow us to ask the necessary questions and to interrogate the reports that we will receive from the Minister and from the Chief of the South African National Defence Force. So I plead with you, Chair, don't come and impose rules on us that you make as you sit there, because the question that my fellow honourable member, Virgil Giereke, asked, which rules are you implementing here, is an extremely important one. And yes, Chair, I want to share in the sentiments that had been expressed here earlier, that not only should we have the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans here and the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, but we should also have had the President as the Commander-in-Chief of the South African National Defence Force here. Our nation is in mourning. We need to deal with these issues, giving it the seriousness that it deserves. Chair, this meeting is scheduled for 2 hours. But if the serious situation that we are faced with determines from us to spend 4 hours or 6 hours, surely our nation expects from us, as members of Parliament who must have an oversight function, to give the time to do so. We cannot put ourselves in a straitjacket of a 2-hour meeting, nor can we have rules simply grabbed out of the blue sky and imposed on us. Let us have the time and the right to ask the necessary questions so that we can honor our fallen troops, and also that our nation can understand what has gone on. Throughout this country, South Africans are watching what is happening here today. They do not expect from us to have a time limit. They do not expect from us to simply sit here and say 2 hours and then we're out of here. Give us the time and don't impose rules on us which you yourself, Chair, will not be able to justify and cannot tell us today which rules you are implementing. Please, Chair, for the sake of this meeting, having the seriousness and also the consequence that we want, I plead with you to be flexible and allow this meeting to get the time that it deserves, and our nation to get from this meeting the information and the consolation that it deserves. Thank you.
Honourable Member, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet you and all the chairpersons that are there, all members, the Minister and the Deputy Ministers, the officials that are here. Chairperson, this gives me a worry about us as the members who are here to get information so that we don't depend on the media. But now we're delaying a meeting that you suggested that we need to meet and get a briefing on the fatalities of our own country that have befallen in DRC. Then now we want the president in the meeting to be present here. We're saying that. Are we saying that we must cancel this meeting and wait for the president? And yet the ministers here with the 2 deputy ministers and the generals, so that we get the information. We don't use the information that we're gathering in the media. This is a briefing session for both committees, an extraordinary meeting. Then you are trying to guide the meeting that we mustn't discuss as if we're in a funeral association meeting. We should be guided by the chairperson. And we're doing that. I think let's carry on with the meeting and get the information that we want here. The country is in tears because it's not for a particular somebody or the minister or the general, whereby we have these soldiers, any patriotic leader will say that this is a crucial era, then we need to get that information. Now, I think let us carry on with the meeting and get the information so that we don't depend on the media. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. We've heard you. The purpose of setting a limit is to ensure that we don't we've spent already 23 minutes of the allocated 3 hours of this meeting discussing issues which have got no relation to the briefing we're here to receive. Now, we're trying to avoid that. We're trying to assist the meeting so that the members can get time. If you want to have a follow-up question, to get that follow-up question. Should we allow each member 30 minutes to ask all his questions or her questions? What will happen? Because the meeting is scheduled to finish at 4. We may wish to be here the whole day, the whole night. Unfortunately, people schedule their programs on the basis of the time allocated to us by Parliament. And this meeting has been allocated 3 hours. At 4, it must end, just as we ensured that the other meeting, which was here prior to this one, had to finish so that we can start ours at 1. Now, if members wish to have an endless amount of time, we will then have to ask Parliament to allow us to have that endless amount of time. Honorable Niehaus and I consulted outside here before this meeting. I'm actually surprised that he's now speaking the way he does, because he even asked me to ensure that the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee doesn't speak for 20 minutes. I ensured that, Mr. Niehaus, as you suggested. But I don't know what has changed. Honorable members, please allow guidance on the matter. We are trying to ensure, so you are right, that if within your 3 minutes you can ask more than 2 questions, it's okay. But limit yourself to that 3 minutes so that we can get the answers. The problem is, we also don't want to ask many questions such that the department cannot answer those questions. And then we go out of here dissatisfied, and the public that is interested in this meeting does not get the answers that satisfy them. The issues we are here to discuss, as you've all put it correctly, are very serious. Let us take them as such. And we will try to ensure that you do have time for follow-up questions or additional questions should the opportunity arise. I don't think we need to get worked up before we get the briefing that we are here to get. I suggest that we get down to the briefing. And then the question that was asked in relation to the deployment letters, I'm sure that the department will try to answer that question. I do not know whether the legal opinion was obtained, as was instructed by the 6th Parliament Committee. We will also ascertain that. But all of these issues, honorable members, that you are raising should not preclude us from having this meeting to go ahead. Let us calm down. Let us get the briefing. There is public interest on the matter. The public interest is not on our internal issues as the committee. Those issues we can deal with in our regular meetings. But for today, and given the public interest on the issue of our soldiers in the DRC, let us get this briefing and discuss that matter as much as we are able to. And that is why we indicated here earlier that should there be a need, we can then reconvene a closed meeting, which can have further time for further discussions on issues which cannot be responded through a public in a public meeting. I want to request, honourable members, that in all our calmness, we allow the report to be presented to us, and we proceed and discuss the issue at hand, which is the agenda of this meeting. We will try our best. Because, you know, one of the things we do not want is for even the department to have only 30 minutes remaining to answer all the questions that we might have asked. So let's get the department to respond. To present, Honourable Minister. I invite you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And let me also acknowledge the Chair, Tate Dakota, and also Tate Pala, but also acknowledge members of the committee. And thank you most sincerely, Chair, for the opportunity to come and do this briefing. Because indeed, it's a very grave situation, and I think we appreciate the opportunity to also come and brief the committee, and are happy that you also have invited the media to make sure that we can reach as many people as possible. Chair, I won't take time to really speak about the issues because we want to give a briefing. So we'll quickly give you a background of the current intervention, which is our 26th intervention in peacekeeping as a country. We've been everywhere. We've been to Haiti. Recently, we were in Mozambique. So it's really the work that as a country have been doing on a consistent basis, being part of AU, being part of SADC, but also being part of the world. That's why I say we're even from Haiti. And then we'll speak about the mandate of this one because we've been asked to specifically speak about this one, maybe not about the other missions that we've been involved. But I think more important, because we've been asked to speak about DRC, to give a sense of areas of operations, what is happening where, so that again members have a sense of where things are. And there's been also matters that have been, and that's why I'm very grateful that we have this opportunity, Chair, that have been really concerning the country and the nation in terms of capabilities that were pledged there. I think also it will give us an opportunity to explain that this is a SADC mission, it's not a South African mission. We'll explain how these missions work, that it's not us as South Africa who's in the DRC, but we are there as part of a bigger mission whereby the capabilities are capabilities that come from the 16 SADC countries. So it's a SADC operation. But more important also, what brought us here and that brought this very sad situation, the capture of Goma. We'll explain again what happened in Goma, and as I say, on that very day, when there was this attack on Goma, I happened to have been in the area and was able to visit the different camps in Goma, was able to go to our Air Force, was able to go to our operations, but I was also able to meet the different forces that were in Goma. And what is currently keeping us very busy, Chair, is a repatriation of our remains from Goma. And I think when we explain what the situation, it will explain why it is an issue, because when Goma was attacked, the runway was completely destroyed. So we're working out with you and to make sure that we can relieve countries, communities. Parents have been contacting me to say, they're like sitting in the water. If you have a deceased, you want to close the chapter and move on. But if you're not sure when you're going to have burial, it really brings more grief. And that's, for us, also a big priority. Then we'll also conclude, and I do hope as we speak, then we'll also be able to speak about the Friday meeting which we had at SADC, because this is a SADC mission, and that's SADC that is guiding the processes, and it's not because it's not a South African go too long. I'm going to ask the general and his team to just speak to the items that we've identified, but as I say, we'll respond to more items that we will need to speak to according to what the members will require. So, Chair, through your permission, can I ask the General to...
Thank you, Minister, Honorable Chairs, and Honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee. I just want to apologize first because it is not in my culture that I should come in when the meeting is on. So I request your indulgence on that. But on this specific point, Honorable Members and Chair, I want to indicate that maybe one should start off by indicating that the presentation today was prepared initially for the closed session. But when we learned that it's going to be an open session, we were very elated. Elated in the sense that we were given the opportunity to be able to speak to our nation, to be able to share with our people in terms of the challenges that we were facing. But we are also deprived of the opportunity to share with the committee in terms of the details that we had prepared for this session. However, we are going to provide as much detail as possible that will not compromise the lives of our people. We will be doing so cognizant of the fact that security is a collective responsibility, and therefore it's not a partisan issue. And as such, we have now toned down the presentation not to deprive the committee of the information. And we're still open, Chair and honorable members, to be there to present the details of the entire deployment. Chair and honorable members, I want to indicate that we are going to start off by outlining what each one of us should be interested in. What is it that is there in the national interest for our national security to be providing to the nation? And secondly, why should the Defense Force be involved in such deployment? And those issues are going to be raised by the presenter in that our foreign policy hinges on the world and the continent and the region that is free of any form of strife, and therefore peace and security remains the cornerstone of that policy thrust. Now, the Defense Force involvement in that part of the policy thrust, defense is a tool of diplomacy as well. And therefore, we get involved because of the understanding that military or war is politics by other means, and that had been articulated by those who came before me, that understood that you will use your defense to enhance your diplomacy. Chair and honorable members, I am not going to take much as though I'm going to give the history lessons, but I just want to indicate that the deployment of the South African National Defense Force had been as a result of the SADC summit that took place in Angola. And that summit decision had made it possible for all SADC members to contribute troops, and those troops are the ones that formed part of Summit DRC. South Africa is amongst the troop contributing countries, with Tanzania and Malawi, and therefore this deployment was not solely a bilateral deployment between South Africa and the DRC, but it was a deployment of SADC, as the minister had indicated. So, Honorable Chair and honorable members, I've got the General Officer Commanding of the Operation Headquarters, Major General Godfrey Tulari, who will then give a rundown. He tried to tone down the presentation because it was prepared for the closed session, and as such, if there are gaps in the presentation, we will be able to fill in those gaps within the parameters of security considerations. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, honorable members. Yeah. If you allow, General Tulari can continue the presentation.
It's the report we want.
Thank you, Chief. Honorable chairpersons, honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Defense, as well as the Portfolio Committee on Defense, the Minister of Defense, and the Deputy Ministers, good day.
To start with, the SADC Extraordinary Troika Summit, plus the SADC Troika of the 8th of May, 2023 in Windhoek, Namibia, amongst others, took a decision to deploy, that is the SADC mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is now, we know as the mission being Summit DRC, due to the M23 activities and the deteriorating security situation. The 43rd SADC Summit of the Heads of States and Government, which was held on the 17th of August 2023 in Luanda, Angola, endorsed the mandate for the deployment of a Summit DRC for a strength of a brigade-size force. Subsequently, all SADC member states were invited to participate in the SADC effort to support and assist the DRC by pledging and providing the determined and required military capabilities as true contributing countries, which South Africa was one of them. The contribution required to contribute to the acts of intensified hostilities perpetrated by numerous armed groups, including M23, and negative forces resulting in the gross deterioration of security and humanitarian situation in the Eastern DRC. The President of the Republic of South Africa approved the pledging of capabilities and authorized the SANDF deployment to the DRC through the presidential minutes in 23 and in subsequent informed the Parliament. The mandate of the Summit DRC, which is the mission as it is known, is that the Summit DRC deployment is mandated by the African Union and the SADC Standby Force, Peace and Security Architecture to do the following. One, to support the Democratic Republic of Congo to neutralize negative forces and armed groups in the Eastern DRC to restore and maintain peace and security in order to create a secure environment. To support the FRDC by providing logistic, land, air, and maritime assistance in order to enhance its military operational capabilities. To provide support efforts to the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo to continue creating a conducive environment for humanitarian assistance and providing humanitarian relief to the population. To protect the critical infrastructure in the Eastern DRC, mainly to protect the civilians, their properties under imminent threat of the armed groups. The deployment in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is the Eastern DRC, the SANDF has got two components. We have got the forces that we have pledged forces and contributed forces to the Summit DRC. And previously, before that, we were also and currently are contributing forces that is for MONUSCO. So we are participating in two missions which are co-located in the Eastern DRC. The intent of the SADC regional support, it is mainly to restore peace and security, and the mission revolves around the protection of civilians, as well as to establish a favorable security condition for maintenance of peace and stability. We also do assist in the stabilization of the Democratic Republic of Congo forces by means of training programs. A brief with regard to where we are today. The M23 rebel group had over a period of time been continuously conducting attacks on villages, the FRDC, the Wazalendo militia, as well as the Samir DRC forces. This includes the South African, the SANDF forces, the forces from Tanzania, as well as Malawi. Over the period of November 2024 to January 2025, there had been a number of attacks on villages in the Masisi areas, with successful counterattacks by the FRDC. The control of the areas had been changing hands between government forces and the rebel group. Then on Thursday, the 29th of January, M23 launched a heavy early morning dawn attack at 05:30 on our positions, that is in Sake, as well as the adjacent areas. And this fighting took place and lasted, that is, for 3 days. Summit DRC fought currently and defended their position and bases in Sake area up until today. Unfortunately, the SANDF, we did lose, that is, some members. Over the period of 3 days, that is from the 29th of January, Fierce fighting by our soldiers, the M23, also suffered heavy casualties. The M23 then got reinforcement forces that took, that is another route from the north of Goma, and advanced, that is from Kibati, and subsequently that is to Goma. Our force elements positioned at the airport then deployed in forward position on the Kibati route, and they fought gallantly for 2 days to repel the advance of M23 to the Goma airport, and subsequently that is to the town of Goma. And then on the Monday, the 13th of on Monday, the 13th, Goma airport and the town, it came into the hands of M23. The M23 and the Summit DRC, together with MONUSCO forces, are now positions that is at the Goma airport. However, we still have forces that are still based in Sake. There is currently no confrontation or hostilities between Summit DRC as well as the M23. The truce that was established between the commanders on the ground is currently holding and being respected by all parties. Currently, the priority we are working on day and night is the repatriation of the bodies of the deceased, as well as the injured back home, as well as including to those that are from Malawi and Tanzania. We have engaged the United Nations in New York, as well as MONUSCO in the Democratic Republic of Congo with regard to this repatriation, and we are continuously pushing them. We have engaged SADC through the Secretariat in Gaborone and continuously engage them on a daily basis in order that we are able to bring back, that is, our deceased as well as those that are injured. We have developed our own plans to conduct the return of the bodies, that is the injured, for both, that is from the United Nations and from SADC. Currently, this is being addressed, that is by the United Nations and SADC, in order that it can come into fruition. The recently held summit in Harare, Zimbabwe, resolved to prioritize the repatriation of Summit DRC injured.
Over there, come this way, because I can see virtually all members want to speak. No.
Thank you, Chair. I might have not heard what they said about the repatriation of the remains of the soldiers that they are there. Have they been repatriated, or is there a plan to bring them back? And are there any challenges on that score when they bring those bodies back? And also, Chair, to say with the generals confidently say our forces there are well capacitated to face the situation that they are facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The first question has been taken by an honourable member with regards to bringing back the deceased. Can the department confirm when are they going to do it? Second one, how true is the report that say our soldiers are found to be amongst the DRC soldiers assisting them in the attacks, attacking the M23? In relation to, of the fallen soldiers, have raised concerns on the question with regards to the plan. Our soldiers are still in the DRC. Are they going to leave and come back home with the deceased, or those they are still fit going to still remain there? And what the purpose? What purpose will they serve if they remain after such an acceptable disaster took place? What is the current status with regards to the members? as I've just raised. Chair, there was a, if I could have heard it correctly, there was a mention by the minister, if she can maybe confirm or deny. There was a mention that this incident took place when our soldiers were between the two. The M23 were on the other side, and the DRC soldiers were on the other side. So our members were caught by the bullets that were coming from behind. Can that be confirmed as the truth, or is something maybe I might not have the minister saying over the radio? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Without wasting time, Honorable Chair, we are being made to believe that our soldiers are in the DRC for peacekeeping mission. But what is amazing, it's not for the first time our soldiers are engaging in these countries. Same thing happened to Ka, whereby our soldiers died because of engaging with the enemy. Our soldiers are being turned to a defense force of other countries instead of peacekeeping mission that we are being told about here. It doesn't matter whether it's a SADC United Nations mission. It doesn't matter. But what matters here, it's a life of these fathers, mothers, wives, and husbands of the people who are dying. What I want to know, Minister, exactly tell the nation, what is it that our soldiers are protecting there? What is it that our soldiers are protecting? Because now you tell us about the peacekeeping mission and you find soldiers engaging with the enemy. Really, it doesn't give any sense. It doesn't give any sense. When we are peacekeeping, what are real things that you are supposed to do in keeping peace? Are you waiting for war to start and try to engage the enemy as the soldiers? Here we're talking about soldiers of this country who are dying, protecting things. Tell us, tell the nation, tell the world, what is it that it's protected from that DRC at the expense of the poor masses of this country, whereby are being sacrificed to criminals? No one is protecting South Africans. And you always claim that you don't have the budget. You cry about the budget cutting, but you do have money. You do have resources to go and protect and defend other countries instead of peacekeeping. This is not a peacekeeping. Can we think about the lives of these people?
You can wrap
really, it's okay. Thank you, Chair. That's my take.
Thank
And
you.
it's worrisome.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, maybe let me start with a controversial question and then work my way up, and the Minister and General and Major General will decide what to answer. There are allegations that family members of President Ramaphosa have significant interests in mining in the Eastern DRC. Can this be confirmed? And how is this impacting government's decision to deploy troops to the DRC? Question, the M23 rebels are also claiming that they have captured SA troops and are confining them to their bases. Can this be confirmed? What is government's stance on this, and how will we rectify or turn this situation around? Then, Chairperson, maybe going to this, have troops been visited by senior officials? I know the Minister said she was there, but have they been visited from officials of SA to assess and confirm the situation on the ground? And if so, what has their recommendations been and what has been done? Reports also say that 14 soldiers were killed, but how many have been wounded? How serious are their wounds? Are they field hospitals? Are they receiving medical attention? What is the logistical support situation to these bases? And you don't have to go into details, but is there sufficient food supply, medical supply? Is there levels of medical support? Is there doctors? There's also been reports that say that there's not sufficient ammunition, that our bases have been attacked by drones and that we are not equipped to protect them. Is this the case, and how will we ensure that? Also, how open is our logistical channels from the from South Africa to the DRC, and have we been able to actually restock these supplies to our troops in the DRC, Chairperson? Then, Chairperson, I know that Major General said that there is a truce, but what is the current situation on the ground? Are we continuing with our peacekeeping missions, as my colleague next to me said, or our bases? What is happening? And then, have our assets been secured at, for example, Goma Air Force Base, our aircrafts and those things? Because I can just think, should they be in the hands of M23 rebels? That is worrisome. And Chairperson, I will conclude with this question. The Major General said that we are there for air and maritime assistance, but reports have been that the SANDF contingent deployed in the DRC has lacking effective air superiority, and that there is not a link. Can this be confirmed, and why would we then send air support if we cannot sufficiently provide that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, as we speak now, we are told the M23 rebels have taken control of Goma, airport and other areas. Now, what is the role of the South African soldiers in this case? Are they there, to try again and remove them from where they are now, these M23 rebels? Then, Chair, just want to know that how many soldiers are there on behalf of UNESCO and SADC mission? Chair, I'm just checking if maybe there is someone who can tell us whether in that peacekeeping mission, Rwanda was approached in the beginning or was not approached at all. And what was the reason for not being part of the peacekeeping, because they are very, very close to the DRC. And Chair, the mandate of the AU, is it compulsory that South African soldiers must be part of that peacekeeping? If it is the mandate, it is compulsory by the AU, why other neighboring countries are not part of that peacekeeping mission there? Maybe I can get a clear picture.
Chair, I think that is going to be the last, question. Though it has been, it has been asked already, but I would like, to emphasize, if there's any business interest, not personal to someone, but any business that is being conducted there by South Africans in the DRC. Thank you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. Chairperson, this one is for the Minister. On the 29th of January, you said if President Ramaphosa had to issue a warning to the Rwandan forces, stating that hostilities against the South African National Defence Force would be considered a declaration of war, then the catastrophe could have been averted. Are you saying that the President neglected his duty by not sending that warning to the Rwandan President and their forces? Then also, General, we deploy our young men and women, our soldiers, into Africa to go and do peacekeeping. And, so besides giving them guns, we have some very sophisticated weapons. There's the Oryx transport helicopter, can hold up to 19 people. Get them out of danger situations very quickly. Did we have that? Then there's the Rooivalk attack helicopter. And obviously, we know there's no peacekeeping mission. They're fighting M23 rebels. They're at war there. There's no peacekeeping there. People are attacking them, killing them. And we've got at least 8 out of the 46 Rooivalk attack helicopters that still work, General. And then there's some very sophisticated drone equipment, the Seeker 400, designed to perform tactical reconnaissance and surveillance in threat situations. We're sending people to war. Do we provide the air cover, the equipment, so that they can fight that war? Then there's also the Cheetah C-RAM. It's a counter-rocket artillery and mortar C-RAM system. Detects and destroys incoming threats. Had we sent these things, this equipment, we could very well have saved the lives of our young men there. But we didn't. They died. We fed them to the wolves because we didn't give them what they need to go and do the job. There's no peacekeeping there. There's a war there. M23, don't ask, are you at war with us? You're a threat to them. So why didn't we send these things? Why didn't we send this equipment, this sophisticated equipment that we spend millions of rands, billions of rands? We give them now billions of rands to develop stuff, but we don't use it. We sell it. That guy sleeping over there, next to you, General.
Please wrap up, Honorable Member.
He's in defense, he's sleeping. Thank you very much, Chairperson. You were sleeping.
Thank you.
You see why our people get killed there? You sleep.
Your speaking time is over. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we all know that these fightings are to get to the actual mineral wealth within that area. And we all know the forces involved. It's a long-standing war coming on. The vocabulary they use now of a peacekeeping is contradicted by statements that speaks about peace enforcement. Now, if you enforce peace, other words, you want to enforce something that is not there, obviously you must use these strong arm tactics, resulting then in a subsequent war. To protect the mineral wealth that prominent figures protect in that area for their own benefits. That's a question. That's a serious question central to this entire. That's a question. That's a serious question central to this entire argument, because it is senseless. We don't understand why we are. Because it is senseless. We don't understand why we are sending troops for peacekeeping, and it result into war, and our peacekeeping, and it result into war, and our boys are dying. Secondly, the distortion, Chairperson, of the hoisting or the raising of the white flag that we've all seen on social media and in media reports. We all know, we are not fools. We know if you hoist a white flag, you do surrender. Yes, you do surrender. It's in a war. You cannot raise a white flag just to say, oh, we are here. Or come fetch your weapons here, as has been said. It is a token of surrender. It brings us to the point that we ask, are our soldiers effectively and efficiently armed for the type of combat that they are involved? Then the answer is no. If the answer is yes, 14 of our guys would not have died. The answer is yes, they are not adequately armed, trained, and equipped. And this is why they have died at the hands of those guys, of those gangsters, and those that are hell-bent to get us out there. Last question, Chairperson. Is the fact that I want to know why is it that South Africa must always play a big brother in the entire Africa? Yes, we are a powerful nation, we have a powerful economy, and we have powerful interests all over here. But why is it that we must always play big brother if there are capable and competent armies all over? We, Chairperson, in closing, speak on behalf of the nation, and we say we are disappointed, disgusted in what has happened there. We express our condolences, our sympathies towards the families of the bereaved. We trust that God, through His Holy Spirit, will comfort the bereaved and their children. But we demand here this afternoon that we say an in-depth investigation must happen, and we must get to the bottom of this. And if people are not capable to lead military missions or even political missions, then heads must roll. It is inevitable that the political office overseeing this, they cannot account. We've seen here now this afternoon, the reports coming out. They cannot account. We will demand that heads must roll. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just as an aside, not all white people look the same and think the same. It happened to have been Mr. Chris Hutton, my colleague here, who asked you that the chair should not speak for 20 minutes. But I did happen to agree with that, because we as members should have the right to have enough time to speak. But in seriousness, Chair, here in my hands a file which contains the reports, the legacy reports, since 2015 of what had been told to the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, also the current Chief's predecessor, and the various ministers, that the SANDF is not in a position to carry out an offensive mandate in any country in Africa, that the SANDF is collapsing. Now, it's taken a year for the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Mponya, to come to our committee. We've asked many times, he never dignified us with his presence. It had to take 14 of our SANDF soldiers to die for him to come here. We told the Minister of Defence and Military Veterans, the SANDF is collapsing. We carry out an offensive mission in the DRC? Here are my three questions that we have in the DRC. It is not a peacekeeping mission. It is an offensive mission, and it is defined as such by the SADC. Therefore, you knew that our soldiers were going to be shot at, and you knew that you're sending our young men into the DRC to die in the killing fields of the DRC. You did not have the ammunition, you did not have the supplies, you do not have the money to have sent them, but you sent them to die for the mineral wealth that is being looked after, the mines that are being looked after, that belongs to Cyril Ramaphosa, his family, and his friends. On all sides, we have a defense of the mineral wealth rather than for the people of the DRC. That is my first question. My second question, Minister, and the Chief of the South African National Defence Force. When are you going to bring our soldiers back? Are you bringing them back now? And explain to us how you are going to bring them back. And my third question, why do you disrespect us? And why do you disrespect the South African nation with this pitiful little report that contains hardly any information, that doesn't address the issues that needed to be addressed here this afternoon? Stop disrespecting us. And lastly, when are you, Minister? No, I'm just pointing to the Minister. Okay, let me leave my hands down. When are you, Minister? You get threatened easily, Minister. When are you, Minister? And when are you, Chief of the South African National Defence Force, resigning? You should resign today. And when are the rest of your generals who were playing golf at Copperleaf while our soldiers were dying? When are they going to resign? Those are my questions. I expect answers.
There's a point of order. There's a point of order. Point of order, yes.
What is the point?
Chair,
one earns respect.
we cannot
one doesn't
allow
demand
a member
respect, Minister.
Honorable,
Your behavior doesn't
Honorable,
someone.
excuse
No.
me.
They don't allow this.
Honorable members,
Because we're able to point others also.
we started the meeting by agreeing that the issue we are here to discuss is non-partisan. Secondly, we agreed that we are going to conduct ourselves in a manner that behoves a country that has lost 14 soldiers. I suggest that we continue to do that in honor of our men who died in the DRC. And so I suggest that we conduct ourselves in that fashion, that the President, this meeting is a meeting on behalf of Parliament. The protocols of respect that Parliament confers on each member still apply here. And so the President must still remain the President, Mr. Ramaphosa, or Honorable President or Honorable Ramaphosa, so that we don't raise tempers unnecessarily. It then doesn't assist us to get the answers that we are looking for. Honorable Hattie.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let's get this out of the way. The only person in this meeting who initially referred to the fact that this is a peacekeeping mission is a minister. Now, we all know it's not. The peacekeeping portion of the narrative that goes out is to appease the nation. What did the President order? He ordered
to support and assist the government of the DRC in its effort to neutralize illegal armed groups and negative forces in the conflicted areas of the DRC, thereby ultimately restoring peace and security. Ultimately. The order is to go down, hunt down, kill and disarm these people. That's offensive. So I would like to know who advised the minister that this is a peacekeeping mission. And I suppose the president in signing this order was also advised the same. So I would like to know that in the light of our ill-preparedness for what we had to face in the DRC, no air support, no close air support, very limited logistical support, very limited medical support, and that's why we sit in this situation where we are today. So I would like to know, I would like to get some comment on the lack of our resources, our support that we have exposed our soldiers to in the DRC, and then also who advised the minister and the president that this is a peacekeeping mission, or did it arrive, did it grow somewhere, was born somewhere in a smoke-filled room? I don't know. I would like to get an answer. Secondly, the vague report about the United Nations, MONUSCO will negotiate the repatriation of the deceased. We certainly, Chairperson, we certainly cannot live with that in this committee. We are surrounded by M23. We are in an area controlled by the M23. We are limited to our bases. We cannot go out there with arms. We are, in fact, hostages in an area. We cannot get to our soldiers. We cannot resupply them. We cannot get in there with any air support, nothing. We rely on M23, and we have to thank them for water and food. And for them, we have to thank them for not retaliate for us killing so many of them, our brave soldiers. So I want to know, what is the plan? We can't ask the Secretary General of the United Nations to come explain to us how will our deceased will be repatriated, what will happen to our wounded, what will happen with our personnel? We're surrounded. What will happen to the equipment? Have we lost equipment to M23? And what is the plan? And then we can't say we are negotiating with United Nations or MONUSCO. It's happening today, and we need to know. So timelines, when will it happen? And then a question that comes up and of very concerned families, what is the situation with the deceased? Are they properly cared for until they will be repatriated? Africa needs answers on that. Then the root, let's address perhaps in this session also the root problem. And I don't believe that the minister was informed or the president was informed. What is the root cause of our problem? Chair, that is over more than a decade, the defunding of the SANDF. We don't maintain our equipment, we don't preserve them, we don't modernize, we sell the old equipment, our equipment that we have to use, and when we mobilize, sit in stores without proper preservation. It cannot be used, they are rusting away. We save, because we have to pay this massive salary being defunded, we cut corners in training. We have brave soldiers, the best in Africa. We have them. In October, in the infantry school where we trained leaders, there was no diesel and no ammunition. The leaders had to dig trenches. So I would like, was the president and minister informed that we are not this heavyweight in Africa anymore? That we are not the tiger of Africa anymore? That in fact, we have become a paperweight, if in boxing terms.
Thank you.
We have become a paper tiger. Was the minister and the president informed that we don't have the capacity anymore?
Thank you, Honorable Hatti. And no, Honorable Member, can we also not point fingers?
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I'm sure.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, I'll come to the point of order. I'm sure we can all speak without pointing fingers and showing disrespect to one another. It is very possible. It's also very possible to be as robust as we want to be in our speaking without showing disrespect at one another. So let's try and do that. Point of order.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, you will
Sorry,
not
there is a
for
point of order. Yes.
Chair, you have called out earlier on the Honorable Carl Niels, right? And you don't do the same to the minister. And she have been.
This is a real important question, and I think it must be tried to be answered. Do we really still need our soldiers in the TRC? Do we need them to be there? Why do we need them to be there? And then, General, on your presentation, you are talking about non-confrontation, which is maybe another term, because the media have been moving with this matter of ceasefire. Is there a difference between ceasefire and non-confrontation? Because we've been told that the ceasefire for Rwanda to collect the bodies, for us to repatriate our soldiers, but the general is clearly now saying that there's just no non-confrontation in the meantime. Is it because there's no ceasefire agreement that you present it here as a non-confrontation? Lastly, Minister, what will politically be needed to restore peace in the TRC? What will be the ultimate to make sure that there's peace in TRC and our kids can come home safely and we can bring them back from TRC? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Swartz.
Thank you, Chairpersons. Chairpersons, firstly from our side, we also want to commend our troops that fought and died and those that fought like lions. Now, for many years, I have argued that the defense budget vote is under-resourced, and in fact, on the 16th of July last year, I said, in this 7th administration, Honourable Minister, and more particularly the DM, with your military background, we must ensure our troops have the necessary equipment or admit that we are not up to the task and bring them home. I even quoted from that famous poem of Tennyson, The Charge of the Light Brigade, where he said, someone has blundered, but soldiers, theirs is not to ask why. Theirs is not to reason why, theirs is but to do or die. So there are two elements here. There's the underfunding, and then secondly, there's the military side of things. General, given the fact that you have this under-resourced, that you did not have the military capacity in as much as air support, we know 2014, the Royvalk attack helicopters were very effective. Given that you didn't have those resources at your disposal, could you not have advised politically to the Commander-in-Chief, the President, that we're not up to this task, given that your own generals advised against the mission, calling it doomed to failure? That is my biggest concern. We sounded the alarm. We were ill-advised. And what was the degree of military intelligence? And again, Chair, I understand these operational issues. We fully would support an inquiry behind doors if necessary, so we can look into the depths of these issues. Was there sufficient intelligence when the MR23 were approaching? Why do we only have 3 forces from Malawi, Tanzania, and South Africa? And again, the aspersions about protecting mining interests. Our soldiers have died. Did we learn nothing from Bangui? Here, it was an offensive peace enforcement mandate. And given our lack of resources, General and your staff, did you seriously consider whether you were up to this task? Chairperson, I would also like to ask the Minister, when you deployed there, and I've got 20 seconds, and thank you for going there, but did it not put the soldiers in greater risk when you were there now? Because soldiers had to be withdrawn from the front lines to protect you. But again, you saw exactly what was going on. You saw that was issues, but maybe you can address that visit. Thank you, Chair. As I say, I support an inquiry into this. Let it be held behind doors if necessary, given the operational issues. But our soldiers have died, and we warned about that in July last year. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my first question would be, where is the presentation that the General have read to us? Because we must be, as members of Parliament, be privy to such information. Because I asked my member that serves on defense, and we didn't receive such a presentation. So he must send that presentation because, one, as a chair, you shouldn't have even allowed for this meeting to have continued without giving members of Parliament a presentation, whether it's via email or so forth. This Parliament have rules, and part of those rules is that we must be furnished with the critical information that we are supposed to engage with. So it's quite disappointing. Number two, Chair, for the mere fact that the Chair with us this afternoon, it means that there's no peace there. Why must we wait to bring back the soldiers that are still stuck in the DRC? Why must they still be there protecting the interest of white monopoly capital and the interest of Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa? Why must lives be lost? They must ask that question. Maybe perhaps, Minister, your spokesperson will help you. But it's disheartening to see kids on TikTok crying for their loved ones that are still stuck there, not knowing are their parents safe or not safe. Doesn't that rock you? Doesn't that shake you? Because if it's in fact true what the Major is saying, and I'm not pointing to him, I like to speak with my hands. If it's indeed true that what the Major is saying, we would have had at least have bring back our soldiers by now. Because the Minister went there, some Secretary General also went and paraded there, took photos and come back. And didn't bring back our soldiers that are dying on a daily basis. In fact, we need the truth. There's not this fancy report that we have just received now that everything is hunky-dory, there's no issues. It's a lie. And we are being misled as Parliament. So that's why we need the report and next presentation, so that we can, if there's indeed we are being misled, there's a recourse as this Parliament that we can take. We cannot let the blood of our brothers and sisters be in vain like that. We cannot continue like that. The last, we knew for about 10 years, Advocate, that the budgets were cut on year end, and we have rejected these budgets. And forever we were told as EFF, you are rejecting service delivery. Because we knew why we are rejecting them. Because how do you pass a defense budget? We can't keep our country safe. We have been exposed. Thirdly, what was the intelligence, the military intelligence? Couldn't we have perceived this attack on our soldiers and further attacks that might still happen as we are seated here in this air-con offices of ours? Work needs to be done. Boots needs to go to the ground. We need to bring our soldiers back. And I want to propose, Chair, again, there's budgetary constraints. Why are we parading on Sona Day all of those troops here? If there's indeed budgetary constraints, because if we look in terms of the money that is spent to bring those troops here, the money that is going to be spent to feed the troops, and all of that. There's nowhere in the Constitution that it states that Mr. Ramaphosa must have that. In fact, he should have called it off and said to Parliament, in line of having our fallen soldiers, we will not be paraded. Because what are you parading? What are you showcasing? We knew that the Rooivalk and the diesel pumps and everything were broken. We were told that as committee members in appropriations. We were told that. And yet, we sit here this afternoon and come with a honky-dory report and think things are normal. Carl is correct. The minister by now should have held her head in shame. The generals by now should have held their head in shame to come and disregard Parliament like this with some clumsy report that they think they can bypass us like some of us can't read. So by now they should have at least we should have found themselves there. If there's indeed peace, let them fly out tonight on a plane. If indeed there's no threat and everything is hunky-dory as he stated, let the two generals that are seated here today, let the president send them there. And then we will hear from them how they return. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I have 3 questions for the Minister. Minister, I want to take you back to an interview you did 2 weeks ago on live television. In this interview, you spoke about our equipment and you said, we are not where we want to be in respect of equipment. And the interviewer then asked you about our air support, a question which you very neatly sidestepped and said, war usually comes with casualties. And then you said, we have trained and capable personnel. Now, my question is, why was the SANDF contingent deployed to the DRC despite lacking effective air superiority and a strategic air bridge between South Africa and the operational area in Goma? My second question, also in response to what you said on live television, is a conversation you had with the interviewer about budget cuts. And you said you were in constant contact with the Minister of Finance and with Treasury. In response to that, the interviewer said, in light of these limitations, is it worth sending our soldiers to the DRC, seeing how dangerous it is? And your response, Minister, was, there is no price on peace. There is no price on peace. You said that twice. My question today is this still your view? And the third question, which also emanates from that interview, is that you concluded that day to live television to say, I can promise you that you can sleep peacefully. We will be able to defend the country. We are confident. So the question is, who is the confident we? Is it the same we who advised the President to extend this deployment in the DRC? If it is, who are they? Are they the generals that spoke here today? Are there other generals? Are they the generals who attended a golf day recently, who purchased luxury vehicles? Are they the generals who renovated their houses during the course of last year, when all of this was going on in the DRC? Or was it the Chief of the Army, Lieutenant General Mabata, who wrote a book entitled Planning is Everything? Because if it was, it would be quite ironic, because reports this weekend said from an insider in the SANDF, said the troops were killed because of a failure of planning. So the question is, who are the we that you're referring to that supposedly is so ready to keep the country safe, and who are the people that advised you and that advised the president?
Thank you.
Sorry, Chairperson. And also, what are the consequences for those we?
Oh, are you speaking or jumping?
I'm speaking.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair and coaches. I think we need to appreciate the report as presented to us. At the same time, put the family members who lost their loved ones. Yeah, I should think this is the message we need to communicate also as these committees, joint committees of parliament, to say we share the pains. They've lost their lives. But at the same time, Chair, I should think we need to, I'm glad that you gave a direction that we need to deal with this matter with the sensitivities it has. And I think I will indulge the minister and the generals, even when you have to respond to our questions, don't deal with how you are going to deal with the matters that will put the lives of the poor soldiers that are the more vulnerable. But the point that I want to raise, we've seen media reports that our soldiers, some are trapped there. And when they are trapped there, I should think there's a plan, though I won't want to hear the details, but the issue is that we are all concerned to say if now they are surrounded there, likelihood of them running short of food, and now that we know that Goma now is a no-fly zone, I hope there's a plan to say how do we rescue our soldier there. And then I'm also worried about the injured ones. Because we know when they went there for peacekeeping, they knew what they were going to do. And it's the life of a soldier. And then we should then also commend them, having died with their boots on. Because I think they had subscribed to the oath of office and the responsibility. But also a matter that I just want clarity on, General. Because we have been in these missions since 1999 as a country. And then I want to understand whether there was a pre-deployment training done for this current contingent that we deployed. Because knowing that M23 has been there and now it's a technologically advanced operation, I should think then sufficient training will have assisted us a great deal to avoid this. But I just wanted to know whether there was sufficient training for this contingent that we are dealing with. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I came here knowing that politicians and military generals have a way of saying much, speaking a lot and saying little. So I won't ask why we are in the DRC. I think that matter will be discussed extensively on Monday in the National Assembly debate. But I do want to ask a couple of questions. And the first one is, the Minister said that they are very busy repatriating the deceased. The very people that my colleague, Honourable Ngobeni, warned in July 24 in the BRR, she said troops are going to die. It's one thing repatriating deceased people. What about evacuating the injured? Casualty evacuation. If there are no casualty evacuation plans, and the Honourable Members just said Goma is a no-fly zone, we're going to have more body bags coming back to South Africa. So what's the plan with the evacuation, casualty evacuation? That's my first question. The second question, what is the status of the bases that our troops occupy? in Sake, in Goma, in the eastern DRC? Are they prisoners of war or hostages? We've seen the images. The images of the base camp that I've seen indicate that our troops were actually more like a ragtag militia than the people we were fighting against. Are we providing them logistical support, food, water, ammunition, firepower, air, and artillery support? If not, at whose mercy are they? The third question is, what support are we giving to the family of the deceased soldiers? The fourth question, what is the situation with other collaborating forces, troops? We hear some of them have been evacuated, gone. Ours are still there. And lastly, are we reassessing our involvement in the Eastern DRC as a peacekeeping mission or offensive fighting force? And if we are, when are we going to withdraw our troops? Thank you. And Chair, I don't think there's any debate about whether there will be an inquiry. I believe that we are going to push hard on Monday for an inquiry to take place about what happened in the DRC. This portfolio committee won't cut the mustard.
Thanks, Chair. And also maybe to greet the Minister and finally the presence of the Chief of Defence. I think the report given by generals doesn't inspire confidence. It simply illustrates that you are negotiating a safe passage to go and repatriate, evacuate the wounded soldiers, but not a clear indication what then becomes the status of the mission itself. Are we going to reinforce or withdraw? It's more like an interval. If it was very clear that indeed we are going to reinforce and continue with the mission to go and recapture Rubaya mines in the interest of South Africa's capitalist class, then we would know that the resources of the country are spent in defense of the interest of the bourgeois. But the report doesn't tell us anything, because it doesn't even give us. Maybe what we would be interested in is that what is the attitude or the position of the South African government against the glorified Zamazama of Rwanda. Because we continuously giving half-hearted diplomatic statements instead of real issues as to what are we going to do moving forward with the situation in Rwanda, in the DRC. And the question again is, with what the members would have submitted in terms of the defense intelligence, the air support, why is the Russian satellite not maintained, General? Because that would have assisted the mission and the soldiers to give intelligence that they report back to the joint operations headquarters on time, so that our soldiers can prepare and be ready for any form of attack. And in the interest of that, again, why is government wanting to have to procure a satellite from the Turkish when we have one that we should be maintaining right now to support our defense intelligence? Because it illustrates our vulnerability in terms of national security and undermines the mandate of the South African National Defence Force in terms of our own territorial integrity and sovereignty. It means we are also not safe. It's unfortunate that we have to discuss these sensitive matters in this manner, because it exposes our vulnerability as a nation in terms of intelligence and information. But we find ourselves having to discuss these things, and things that we've been asking in many meetings. And it seems like the collapse of the defense force is deliberate, so that we then privatize it and the country is ultimately controlled by those that they know that in the interest of business together, commercializing our nation ultimately. So if we can be given that kind of a status, as what then is the state of the mission? And if reinforcements do happen, what are the financial implications? And lastly, Chair, the P7 account, when these reimbursements happen from the UN, does it directly go to fiscus, or because there was an argument of saying these reimbursements must come back and fund the defense? Are they utilized to fund the defense, or they're doing other things at this stage? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you very much. I think I've been covered largely, but I just want to emphasize one point that relates to the introduction, the report by the minister, if my listening was correct, that this was not a mission of South Africa. South Africa did not wake up one day and decided to go and just wander in DRC. It's a SADC mission, a joint mission of countries. And just South Africa happens to be part of those countries, as it was decided in the meetings that we were told about here. But it seems like we are now taking an ownership as though this was our war. And therefore we are demanding answers from ourselves. But the answers must come from the joint body that has decided to deploy SADC soldiers in DRC. So my question will be, when will that body again convene so that we can get a report of SADC and MONUSCO on the basis of what has happened? How are they intending then going forward to address this matter? And as a country also will be part of that. And our answers will come there. But that does not, of course, say we shouldn't address ourselves about our involvement. But one thing that surprises me, we say we want answers from department and the defense. But we seems to be, some of our members, knowing more and having more reasons why we were there. But you want to ask for reasons why we were there. But you are saying, you are telling us why we were there. Diamonds, Ramaphosa, and so on. That means you are part of it somehow, maybe. You are only telling us indirectly that you are part of why, what needs to be protected there. So you must organize another meeting where perhaps you will come and tell us what more do you know beyond what our soldiers was there for, and which is what we are here to listen to, and then we can take an informed decision from the people who are involved. No, I didn't disturb you when you were talking. When you were talking about the bourgeoisies, you must come and tell us these bourgeoisies you know about. So, Chair, no, they must keep quiet. You must keep quiet when you were talking. No, keep quiet, please. Keep quiet. You are not going to tell me what to say. Keep quiet.
Honorable member.
No, keep quiet. I kept quiet. Keep quiet then.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
No, you must keep quiet. I'm now talking my input. I'm not going to talk your input.
Honorable members. Honorable members, yes, listen to the chair.
We are not a minister.
Listen to the chair.
We are not expecting response.
Listen to the chair. Honorable.
Yes, you'll hear from us.
Please listen to the chair. We are hold on. We are obligated. We are obligated to take the wait. Order. We are no, don't help me.
You cannot allow people who have been howling
Honorable
to
member,
say
honorable
order.
member, you are out of order. Honorable member, you are out of order. Please allow the chair to chair. Let's calm down. If there is a point of order, we're obligated to listen to it. Then the chair will rule. Let's all just be calm. You know, there is a point of order.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, there are meeting protocols and there are rules of parliament.
Yes.
And we are obliged, and we can call a point of order. Maybe perhaps somewhere the member have lost it in the induction of parliament.
Please raise the point of order.
Secondly, he must respect your authority as the chairperson. If for some weird reason he doesn't respect your authority as a chairperson of this committee, he must not bring it here. And thirdly, we have no part, Chief, of you sending soldiers there to die.
Chair.
That is Mr. Ramaphosa, because he's protecting the minerals
you are not
of
raising,
his white friends.
You are not raising a point of order.
You're not going to come there.
Honorable members, you are not raising a point of order. You are debating with the speaker because you disagree. So there is a point of order. There's another point of order.
Chair, we are entitled to have views, and at the same time we're entitled to ask questions. The honourable member is trivialising the views that we have expressed and tried to hide behind that in order not to ask questions himself. He's supposed to pose questions here to the General and to the Minister. Let him do his job and not try to play political games. Thank you.
Honorable members, let's pass this point. The member has also finished making his point. Let's move on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I was happy to hear Honorable Harting to say that we have also killed so many of them in TRC. Honorable Chair, I should think that on this issue of mandate in TRC, it was clearly stated by the General when he made his presentation. But I will also again ask the General to repeat that mandate. We've been talking about the repatriation of the deceased, but we don't have time frames. This is the 5th day today. When exactly are we repatriating the deceased troops in DRC? General, in front of me, could you please take us into confidence as to are our troops adequately trained and equipped? The last question would be, in fact, it's not a question, it's a clarity about this white flag. Because to me, when I watched TV, I didn't regard that as a white flag. And I don't know, General, maybe you might school us. Do we use white flags in a war situation? Because we last, according to my knowledge, we last used the white flags during 1906 Bambata rebellions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, as members sitting in both committees, we are aware of our forces being in the DRC. We are aware that as South Africa, we have an active participation in the regional security mission. That includes in the DRC. So, ayizibangati inchallenge. And now, knowing quite well about the issues that have occurred in Goma, having the fatalities. What is the situation now around the soldiers that are there in the DRC? So that when we speak here, we need to look at the issues and look at the situation on what to advise the parliament. Then again, there was a meeting that took place on the 31st of January of SADC. Surely, there was something that they said about the situation that is happening, be it Rwanda or DRC, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm seeing a president talking in the media. So I'm just checking because that's a SADC mission that our soldiers are involved in. And now, I want to know what will happen or what will happen to the soldiers now that they are there. And then also, after that 31st meeting, were there any attacks that occurred? Or at least now it's quiet. I know you cannot preempt because also the attack, it was not known, I think so. But the situation, because we need to look at the situation of our soldiers that are there in the DRC. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dakota.
Thank you very much, Chair. Given the presentation, let me welcome the presentation by the Minister and the team. I would just want to get clarity in terms of how this mission is funded, the model, so that we know whether we're overburdening the taxpayers in our country or what, so that we are clear, or whether it's SADC that is funding or the United Nations, and how that money is deposited to our coffers. My second question would be on the ceasefire. I would ask, because it's very clear that this particular mission will not find a proper expression or conclusion through military processes. What are the processes that you have done to include military diplomacy with all parties involved? What have we done? I think from our side as the defense, we will have to have a joint engagement with international relations to try to invoke diplomacy into this particular matter as part of the negotiations for a ceasefire, but also for a safe evacuation of our soldiers in the DRC. What efforts have been taken to bring military diplomacy as well as the international relations diplomacy? The other point is related to, finally, what is the process or measures undertaken to withdraw from the mission? Because any mission has time frames, even if it's done by the United Nations, you know Either by last year, December, it was supposed to end, or by June, or by December this year. So, what are the measures undertaken? But the other thing that I see or not seen is our flags. We say these are our heroes, these are our gallant soldiers who have fallen with their boots on. But I don't see our flags flying at half-mast. Or is there anything wrong in recognizing and appreciating their sacrifice as a nation? Because they've fallen in an effort to bring peace in the continent on behalf of all of us and the continent and the United Nations. So why are we not appreciating their sacrifice by ensuring that they died for the flag, and the flag also must pay back through flying half-mast to their sacrifice? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And let me as well appreciate the presentation made by the Minister and the command staff. I think honourable members have covered almost everything. What I want to raise here, Minister, is the SADC Mutual Defence Pact silence on two issues. One is on the root cause of the problem in DRC. Secondly, what is silent there is non-committal by the countries around the Great Lakes. I would propose, Minister, that this pact, the pact must be reviewed. It must be looked into. I'll propose that the Secretariat, including the DERCO, must look into it and consider these two things which I'm saying they are lacking. That is the root cause, including non-committal by the fighting countries around the Great Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. If I may also take the opportunity to ask a few questions. I think the first one, and I must declare that I'll also be happy if these questions are not given detail, since we are still in operation. The first one is, did we have intelligence prior to the attack? And did we know, were we caught by surprise that the Congolese would fire at M23 or Rwanda over our heads, so that we would then be caught in the crossfire? Secondly, were the forces deployed in the DRC equal to the mandate that they were given? And were they equal? Because from what we have heard, we are facing a complex situation there, which not only involves the M23 Rwandan forces and the DRC government. There are other militia groups which are fighting on either side of the camps. Were we equal to the opposing forces in terms of strength and capability, training, equipment, and everything involved? Thirdly, what did we know about the complexity of this mission? Correctly, we've been assisting DRC to keep peace since 2001. We've been there at various phases. What did we know about the complexity of the current mission and the dynamics of our deployment, so that we would be able to face the situation on the ground and successfully execute our mandate? And I think the other question would relate to what Honorable Dakota has asked, whether from the side of SADC and the UN, and in terms of our own understanding, what is our anticipation as to the length of our stay in the DRC? And I would like to understand, even though it is not the primary mission of the Department of Defense, but what diplomatic efforts are taking place? Because at the end of the day, I think what Major General indicated earlier was that the National Defense Force is a foreign policy tool. They don't go in a conflict situation to actually establish the peace. They support the political effort, the diplomatic efforts to establish the peace. So, what are the diplomatic efforts currently undertaken to bring about lasting peace, so that we can begin to anticipate that at some point we will have to bring back our soldiers? And I know in asking this, it's a complex question, because several times we've left the DRC thinking that peace has been established, but we found ourselves having to go back there because the conflict in the eastern DRC would have erupted again. And finally, we've seen a lot of pictures, videos, some of them depicting the actual conflict moment. Is it allowed that soldiers on mission should have cell phones taking pictures of the situation? I know that their families would be interested, but doesn't it endanger not only their lives, but also the lives of their colleagues? That whilst there is shooting all over, you are carrying a mobile phone, taking videos and pictures of that situation. Doesn't it endanger the mission? So, Minister, we hand over to you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Let me also take this opportunity to thank members for the engagement and the questions, which again help us appreciate of concerns that the committee has. Chair, I won't take all the questions. I'll just answer a few, and then I know the generals will be able to answer. Deliberately targeted us as a peacekeeping force, which means they would have been declaring war. But clearly, they were responding to the DRC and not to us. And I think that's where the statement came. But so I think we'll clarify the different sequences, because I think maybe because the report was verbal, there would have been some misunderstanding about the defense. The only matter that I must say, Chair, I feel requires answering is these allegations about the reasons why we're in the Rwanda, why we're in the DRC. Chair, it will really shook me to the core that heads of state of 15 countries meet in a specific day. We are saying on the 8th of May at Windhoek in Namibia. Heads of state took a decision for the Summit DRC mission. So from the allegations, so it means all of them, 15, agreed to go and protect the interests of South African business. I think it's really, it just really shocks me to think. It's really also taking, in my view, taking the entire SADC for nothing, that they could meet as heads of state on behalf of individuals in South Africa. It's a mission supported also by AU. So even AU will sit and support a mission that supports certain individuals in South Africa. Where still UN also, United Nations, sits and support a mission that is supposed to support South African business. It can't be true. It just, common sense says it can't be true. And we did spell here what were the objectives of the mission. At no stage it's mentioned any person's name. So I thought I should raise that the allegations just don't seem to, I don't want to be, I'm bullying, so I don't want to use strong words, but they just don't seem to really make adequate sense. I think the chair also raised the question about budgets, because we're mixing issues, Chair, I think. And the questions that you said I answered, yes, if I am to ask, I'll repeat them. I was talking about the inadequacy of the budget for our own local needs. When we go to Summit DRC, we go, there's 15 countries. The money that supports the mission comes from the SADC countries. Even MINUSCO, it comes from UN. So to say we would have taken the royal flag, we're not going, so where do we take a royal flag if we're not going to war? What we take is things that, like we were attacked to protect ourselves. So you take enough to protect yourself, but you don't take your firepower to a country as if you're going to war with that country. We're not going to war to that country. Whether we call it peacekeeping or what, in our understanding is peacekeeping. That's why we didn't take our fire. That's why we didn't take our fire. So I think people can call it the names they want, but to expect that we have taken our firepower to another country when we're not going to war, whereas we just needed enough to protect ourselves in case, and which happened that we were attacked and we had enough firepower to protect ourselves, but would not take the firepower. So I'll repeat those things and confirm that indeed the country is safe in the hands of our members. The other question also was, we're playing big Father Christmas, and then we're in the UNESCO, there are more than 10 countries. The head of UNESCO is even a Senegalese. It's not a South African. So you have your Bangladeshi army. The hospitals are run by Indian doctors. Madagascar is bringing medical. So it's a world mission. We might have been three in the summit DRC, but in UNESCO there are more than 10 countries that are involved. So there's no South Africa playing big alone. It is. I thought I should raise that. You have India there. I mean, some of the soldiers that we met were in the hospital run by Indian medical personnel. There was a question whether we saw, we did have an opportunity to meet the injured. Yes, we did. We were able to visit the injured at the Summit DRC hospital and also at the UN hospital, right? So we're able to see them, even all of them. We were able to visit them that at the time had been repatriated. That's the soldiers were distracted because they had to protect the minister. When the war broke, I was in Kinshasa, not even there. So we were on our own with the officials. We had gone with senior officials from the department to go and visit our soldiers. So our visit came before the outbreak, or on the eve of the outbreak. And because, as I say, from intelligence, we were getting information that there are tensions that are brewing, and there was a need to go and speak with the government, which we did. And I want to emphasize the point that Chair you made, and I think that's what we had said with SADC, that the challenges of the DRC have been so long and protracted. But with this modern times, we believe that you can't solve any conflict now by the gun, the barrel of the gun. Yes, you need firepower, but the solution is going to come from a negotiated settlement. That's where and that's where the peacekeeping process is coming to say you will not solve this conflict through war. We can only solve it through negotiations. And I thought also I should just share a few points that I think I should share with the committee. For instance, yes, indeed, they wanted to check if there's a colleague or a member who wanted to check what is SADC doing. As I said, last week, Friday, we went to a SADC meeting with heads of state, and as a communique has been issued. It was there in the public, amongst other things that was agreed, was a ceasefire and allow a peaceful negotiation process to go, because that's what we think will bring peace, not any escalation of war. We, even at that meeting, agreed to meet the Eastern African communities, which had already met before. Because you'll remember there was a UN mission which supported the summit DRC. There was a meeting of AU also, even before we went to SADC, which had met, but also the Eastern African Community also had met. So the agreement there was that the two communities should meet and strengthen their hand in supporting a peaceful process in the DRC. They said the meeting agreed on, before we even are told to go to ministers, as ministers, to see if we'll take the fire. The meeting had decided that ministers of defense and the chiefs to go to the DRC and to make sure that they can really engage directly with the forces. There's a process which has been agreed, Chair, from the Friday meeting at SADC, which is going to culminate in a follow-up meeting. So because there are negotiations, there are engagements, diplomatic engagements taking place during the week, because we were there on Friday, and there is going to be a follow-up meeting on Friday or over the weekend to check how far the processes have gone. So there is a process underway. I think I've answered, Chair, the question about the funding model that is funded through the 15 countries and more, as I say, also from UN. The ceasefire, I think we agreed with members who are saying diplomacy is the only agreed process if we want peace in the DRC. I think that the generals will explain the flag. We tried to explain, but I think there's a need to explain again. Who is going to be there? There was a question there. Is all that meeting on Friday identified affected parties? That indeed we will have to get Rwanda around the table, we have to get DRC around the table, but we have to get Kenya also as a country which had first was part of the earlier negotiations, the Nairobi peace settlement. We are going to have to get Angola, which had been mandated by AU to facilitate the process. And so that you don't have a very unwieldy meeting of those two communities. Then you'll have a troika from the SADC countries and also a troika from the Eastern African countries. So there is a meeting that is there. About intelligence, as a part of us going there, Chair, it might have been that I think the Chair will explain. The signs were there. And we had been really trying to do all we can, but unfortunately we ended up where we ended up. Yeah, I think the others, I don't want to comment about videos which I think are unfortunate. Some are old, some you can see that this is a doctor, just to really spell. And unfortunately, the propaganda drive from the other side has been on high speed. And that's why even ourselves now as members, we speak the language of in the propaganda. And I don't want to, the propaganda that has been going on. But I think, Chair, let me, because most of the matters are operational, let me really stop there and perhaps allow the generals and his team to assist us.
Sorry, General, there's a point of order.
Thank you, Chair. It's quite disappointing, Chair, first of all, that the Minister have this opportunity to give feedback as to when is our soldiers coming back, when is the bodies and the injured coming back, and she doesn't get that opportunity. She doesn't take that opportunity.
Should we
Instead-
not wait
in-
for?
Instead, wait, Chair.
Should we not wait until the answers are all given? Maybe your questions will be
She
answered.
should know. She's the minister.
They are all answering as a team.
Yes.
Can we allow them to answer? With your permission. Maybe your questions will be answered.
Okay.
Thank you. General, please. Let's not take any hands. Let's allow the team to answer. Then we can have follow-up issues once they've answered. General, please.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to start off by indicating that this honorable house, I really respect this honorable house. The fact that our department is unique, that we have got the accounting officer being the Secretary for Defense, calls for the Secretary for Defense to come and account on governance issues to this committee. I've heard that there had been expectations, and I honestly wanted to say I had been always open to both the Portfolio Committee on Defense and the Joint Standing Committee on Defense when there is a need for us to interact. I've also said to the Military Command Council that we need to invite this House so that at least there is a common understanding in as far as our security architecture is concerned, because I indicated earlier that security is our collective responsibility. Chair, having said that, I've learned quite a number of things with regard to the questions that had been asked. The first one, maybe that I will have to try and respond to, which had been persistently being asked, is when are we going to get the remains of our members back? In one sentence, tomorrow. Having said that, allow me once again to say, coming to the issue of whether we are adequately resourced, trained, and equipped, I will respond to this in three ways. The first one is that this House and the honorable members are quite aware that we have had interaction with regard to the future that we want to build together. We have also then, after the advice from the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and the Joint Standing Committee, went and devised a plan that we named the Journey to Greatness, so as to respond to the issues that pertains to the security of our country. Honorable Chair and honorable members, I think at this moment, when our country is mourning, maybe we should have a session that now addresses the challenges that this organization called the South African National Defence Force is facing. Because it was in the interest of both the Portfolio Committee and the Joint Standing Committee on Defence to say, we will be your mouthpiece when it comes to issues of this nature. We really appreciate that gesture. And that is the reason why I think maybe, because this is a very important and crucial issue that is being raised, we need to engage once again. Having listened to that when we came up with the Journey to Greatness, at least we understood that your effort hadn't been in vain, because we have received indications that the honorable members had agreed that indeed there is a need for us to build the defense force so that going into the future, we may not face challenges that we faced previously and today. You have made it a point that the announcement that the defense force budget must at least be 1.5% of the GDP. And that is as a result of your efforts. So in that way, I hope and believe that when the tempers are so high, when the emotions are so high today, our people out there, we don't expect that us as the leaders are going to be grappling on the matter of say, yeah, you have failed because you were not properly funded. I want to answer this one again in the manner that I would say, when it comes to our contribution to SADC mission, all the pledges that we have made, this country managed to give what had been said we would provide. And there hadn't been a shortage. Over and above, we have gone beyond the pledges because we felt that security of our people is paramount, and we have put assets that had been pledged so as to protect our people. And in that way, without saying quite a lot in terms of what is it that is there on the ground as per the security of our people, yes, indeed, we have increased our ability for intelligence collection. We have had our members becoming part and parcel of the mission assessment team of intelligence. That is the term that is less offensive when talking about intelligence. So the MAC had been created with the assistance and help of members of the SANDF as part and parcel of the SADC forces. So on that note, our people must be aware that we knew when things were happening as to what is it that is happening. But what is important is that when we were deployed under the SADC mandate. And whatever we pick up, there were times when we even informed our host of the movements. But those movements were outside our area of operation. And the only thing we could do is to try and inform them and say, this movement might influence and affect us going into the future. And they dealt with it in the manner that they dealt with. So we, as members of the SANDF, had all what was required for us to provide. Coming to the issue of whether our members had been really properly trained, I will indicate that for every mission, before any deployment, prior to being handed over to Chief Joint Ops, there is what we call combat readiness training. And this training takes place in various units and services do combat readiness training. Then they provide the combat readiness certificate. Part of it are the exercises that take place in Luatla. Those exercises are meant at least to determine how ready are your soldiers in carrying out the mission that they are required to do. After doing combat readiness training, Chief Joint Operations then receives the soldiers, and these soldiers are then put through what we call mission readiness training. And this is the training that is tailor-made specifically for the type of the mission that they are to conduct. And indeed, this grouping that went there, they went through combat readiness training, they went through mission readiness training. And it was not for lack of training that we suffered casualties. Being a soldier, I will share with you that most of our casualties did not come as a result of close combat. It came as a result of indirect fire that was directed and DF'd to our positions. We then realized that, indeed, some of the things that is there anything that we can do to avoid that? Yes, indeed. We increased security of our people, both in terms of intelligence collection and in terms of how do you then counter this bombardment. The bunkers were created, which is the logical thing that soldiers will do. We then said, are the bunkers that are available sufficient? And then they developed them, fortified them, because we realized that this is the nature of the warfare that we're going to face, and therefore the bunkers that we had to be fortified. And you, as I said, we train as we fight. And when we learned that we need to do that, we fortified. So our members had been resourced, they'd been properly trained. We have done everything that needed to be done in order to protect those that were in the battlefield. The next issue that Chair and honorable members that I would like to touch on is the issue of security and security in terms of soldiers having cell phones in the mission area. We said technology is a friend and technology can be our enemy. And we're not going to really say cut your youngsters from being interactive with technology. But we went out almost 5 years, if my memory serves me well, to come up with the instruction that now determines and rules on how people must use this technology not to be a threat to our security. So that instruction spells out when can you make use of your phone. Nowhere have we encouraged our people to go and take pictures like the James Bonds. We had never, and in that instruction, we had put things that need not be done that will jeopardize their security, because security of an individual also endangers security of the entire team. Let me just digress, Honorable Chair and honorable members, to say that with the current technology, I might use my phone very innocently to speak to my loved ones at home. This, for me, does not jeopardize security. But immediately I use that phone, my position had been actually compromised. And anybody who wants to know where I am or the vicinity of my headquarters will pick up that it means if the chief is here, therefore the headquarters of this entity is at that particular point. So I am saying it is not part of what we teach them, it's not part of what we have instructed them, but in each and every situation you will find people doing things. And most of the time, when we pick that up, we indeed punish or we put measures to say, if this is what is happening with regard to phones, on this particular front, no cell phones. But then, when you do that, you are depriving yourself of the ability to get part of the information that comes informally, because intelligence does not only come through the direct line. So, honorable members, I just wanted to touch on that particular part because it is not what we have instructed them to do. I will not, Chair and honorable members, waste your time in trying to define whether ours was a peacekeeping or a peace enforcement. For this had been said several times. And now, Chair and honorable members, I also want to try and venture on that our role in the DRC in current dispensation as to the current situation. Currently, the presenter just touched on there is currently no fighting, let me put it that way, in and around Goma. Chair and honorable members, that does not mean that things may not change, because war is a fluid and dynamic circumstance. So the issue that I also wanted to touch on is that this is maybe the time that one will have to raise this matter of emotions once again. Emotions in the sense that the soldiers that are deployed are not only members of their families, but they are family members of the defense. We spend more time with our soldiers, and this organization is in mourning. And at the same time, we are doing everything that we are supposed to do, and we will do everything to support the families. The Chief of the National Defence Force, on the eve of this, issued the instruction to both the chaplaincy and to the social workers to say, we don't want members of the deceased, family members of the deceased, to get this message by the media. And therefore, we sent members to go and inform the families, as well as give support to the families. We went further and said, how then can we be of value to our members? We have created a structure within the Defence Force that is very informal. First and foremost, I want to underline that it's an informal structure, but we have tried to formalize it by virtue of the wives of members of the Defence Force had come together as the Spouses Forum, because most of the people that are deployed are males. Then their wives are therefore supported by the Spouses Forum. We have got a good number of females that are deployed. They are equally supported by the Spouses Forum. And that is something that one needs to underline, because it is not the Spouses Forum deals with the wives of the deployed members. The Spouses Forum deals with all the members, the spouses of the members that are deployed. So the Spouses Forum, as we talk today, they are distributing whatever little that is required for those who will be visiting the families. And that is just the gesture that they make. And the department is still considering what is it that in the formal structure need to be given to them. So the support structure that we have had been deployed to go and support the families. Chair and honorable members, I'm trying to check on the duplication of some of the issues that had been raised. In terms of the question about whether we haven't deployed our young people to go and die, the South African National Defence Force cannot be equated to one animal that brings babies and eats its babies. I wouldn't like to really think that the leadership of this organization will go and put our children in harm's way. For records, I'm not going to talk about the current capabilities that we have. In as far as the oryx are concerned, there are oryx that are deployed, but that are in under MONUSCO, which we have an agreement that because of the relationship that we share, those oryxes can be used for our own purposes. And it had been like that. The symbiotic relationship between MONUSCO and SAMI DRC had seen us sharing in the utilization of some of our resources, because we couldn't send all our resources and leave ourselves naked here at home. For Roy Falk, I'm not going to talk about the total number of Roy Falks. Yes, we have developed Roy Falks, and they are very potent, and currently I'm working on upgrading it. So I will stop at that in terms of what is it that we are doing with our Roy Falk. Chair and honorable members, there was also mention of one capability that I'm not going to discuss more about it. That is the Sika 400. Yes, indeed, we do have capability. There had been other assets that were pledged by our sister organizations. And for us to pledge the Sika 400 would have been duplication, because we all agreed whatever had been pledged that is required for the mission the mission will utilize that, because this is a SADC mission, and each and every country that had pledged together with the capabilities. Now, the most contentious one that I want to try and respond honestly, after listening to what the force commander had said. What the minister indicated is that there had been exchange of fire from between DRC and Rwanda. That exchange of fire was said to have been initiated by the forces that had been in the base, that is at Goma Airport, the FRDC elements. These are not the elements that were deployed outside the base. They were deployed just in the base, but they had never utilized that. And when they utilized that multiple rocket launcher towards Rwanda, the Rwandese responded. And Minister is right, because the first report that I've given to the Minister is that we're under fire. We're being fired at, because that is when the shells were landing on my base. And then the first thing that the commander said is, say, contact. I said, what is happening? He said, we're getting fired from Rwanda. Later on, after a few minutes, is then that the minister had reported that we then realized that this is just an exchange of fire between the two. It is not purely that we are being targeted by Rwanda at that particular moment. So I just wanted to also spell out that when that was picked up, communication is something that is very, very important in war fighting. Then there was communication that ended up now with those who are firing on the other side to say, hey, you're firing at us. What is wrong? Then we were told, no, we are not firing at you. And then the commander had decided to say, for them to be able to see the parameters of our bases, that this is not FRDC. Then the commander, he could have used pink, he could have used purple, he could have used any color, but with the mist and the nature of what is happening, maybe red could have been far better for that case. But in the fog of war, anything that is in your immediate vicinity that will help to meet the objective. The objective was met by the commander taking that flag. All throughout the history of warfare, white flag had been associated with surrender. But in this case, the explanation of the commander had been satisfactory. And I said, what happened thereafter? He said the fire had ceased to fall onto the positions of my troops. Now, I said, if that is the case, it means you have achieved the objective. Even if you had used any other color, you could have achieved it. But in future, you must avoid the use of a color. But, well, next time we will...
General, you're speaking through me.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, Chair. So let me step down on this one, because the point is made that what was required was for us to demarcate it. I have responded to the issue of the relationship between MONUSCO and the SAMI DRC. I will leave that one. The next issue that maybe it's not in my within my bracket is the cause of our problem, which I said maybe we should try and engage in terms of the future, because the Defense Force, we do not put a plea for today only, but we would like to be resourced going into the future, because whatever capabilities and systems that we need. They've got a lifespan. The period for us to get those equipments is not something that can be like going into the shop over the counter and get what you need. Honorable Chair, I think I will stop at that. If there are other issues that I haven't touched, because I have written almost 8 pages, but I can't really go point for point. And Honorable Chair, if there is anything that the honorable members I haven't responded to, because I combined some of the questions that were asked by several honorable members. So allow me to stand down, if I may, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I see their hands, so right now we will take the hands with follow-up questions. I think we will change and start here with Mr. Niehaus, go here, come from the back, and then cross over.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I thank the Minister and the Chief of the SANDF for the responses that they have given. Unfortunately, I must say, the response by the Chief of the SANDF about the white flag is a tall order to believe. It is also very strange, Chair, that the SANDF deployment in the DRC did not seem to expect to be fired at. But when we read what the SADC mission says about the SAMIDRC mission, it says it is to support the DRC government in combating armed groups that threaten peace and security in the eastern DRC. And therefore, it has an offensive mandate. A defensive, not a defensive, but an offensive mandate. So why did we have to find out that we are going to be shot at, and then we had to start taking action to protect our troops? This is incompetence, Chair. Chair, I want to make the following point. Yesterday evening, I sent a message to all three of you as chairs. And I said, we've got a problem. We haven't received a report. None of you have responded to that message. The reason why we're in the problem where we are today, with the paucity of information and the lack of reporting, is exactly because you have allowed the SANDF and the Minister to come here and to avoid accountability and to present to us this pitiful report. Let me now tell you quickly, Chair, what the General and the Minister should have said to us. They should have told us the SANDF and State Security Agency are not talking to each other, they're not sharing information, and the State Security Agency warned the SANDF that what is happening in the DRC now is going to happen. Then we must find out that SA members and also some SANDF intelligence members are being chased by the DRC government out of the DRC because they claim that there are intelligence breaches. Chair, the Goma airport has been closed. South African Army cannot access Goma. That is a fact. So how are we going to extract the bodies of our soldiers who passed on? I don't know, but we heard from the General it will happen tomorrow. We will see. President Kagame offered South Africa to land in Rwanda, but South Africa see this as a humiliation by Kagame and therefore is not using this opportunity. There's no electricity for the mortuary that has been provided, and the bodies have started to decompose. This is a tragedy for the families, and it is sad for our whole country. The mortuary generator has run out of diesel. Those that are injured have run out of medical care. The fact of the matter, Chair, is the South African National Defence Force troops in Goma and in the eastern DRC are surrounded by M23. They are not allowed to move or get food. And yes, Chair, it is correct that a number of soldiers died earlier last year, and that number was 10, and this year a number more died, and more recently 5. But in total, in the past 6 months, 24 soldiers passed on. Chair, this is the kind of report we should have received from the South African National Defence Force. Clear, to the point, giving us the facts, not telling us fibs about white flags. Chair, if we received this report that we received today, last night, as it should have happened, as you as chairs should have insisted on, we would have not found ourselves in this compromised position where we find ourselves right now, and the lack of information that has been provided to us. What has happened here this afternoon is a shame. It undermines the integrity of this committee. It insults the intelligence of our nation, and it destroys our hope that this leadership, and sorry, I won't point, I'll just wave, that this leadership does not have the ability to save the SANDF, and therefore they must take their jackets and go. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The next.
Thank you, Chair. Sometimes it's not what is responded, it's what is not responded to. And the way the responses come. Chair, yes, I believe that we still have 2 flying oryxes in the DRC. The way it was put here is that they are in support of our troops, but they are not. Our troops are in a no-fly area. The oryxes are at Beni, 350 kilometers away from Goma. So I want to ask a direct question. I will appreciate a direct answer. Do we have open logistical lines to our soldiers, yes or no? And can we provide them with any air support, logistical or, oh no, we can't give them close air support, but can we provide logistical air support? Can we provide land support? Then, I didn't hear very clearly the response of the General. Did he say, on my question on the deceased, that they will be in South Africa tomorrow, or that he would love to see them back in South Africa tomorrow? And then we are in a surrounded area. There's a new build-up between M23, supported by whoever, and we also see so M23 are regrouping, and they have got other objectives, and we see also a renewed mobilization on the FADRC side. And we are in a situation that we cannot move. So what is your role there? And please, please tell us it's for peacekeeping. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, mine is just trying to deal with this notion that there's no water and food supply to our soldiers. And I think, General, for me, that must be clarified. Is there access to food and water by our bases and our bases in DRC? And the issue of the no-fly area, is it because planes cannot fly there, or is it infrastructure problems? I think that is clarity that we need to find from you. Can we not get into our bases because of there's a no-fly area or there's no infrastructure? We cannot land somewhere in the DRC. So that is some of the things that I think must be clarified. And the food and water thing, General, please clarify us. Is there water and food supply to our soldiers in the DRC?
Chairperson, thank you, and thank you for the responses. General, I put a difficult question to you, which I understand is not easy to answer, and that is your own generals having reservations about their deployment. And there was much said about that in the media. And I'd ask you again to comment about that, where your own generals were warning against the deployment due to lack of facilities, lack of resources, underfunding, which we have raised continually. Now, it's further reported that another general has said that there's basically a stalemate situation in the moment, with the problem being that once should the SANDF wish to start engaging to relieve our besieged soldiers there, the people are going to start killing our own soldiers that are there. So the status of our soldiers there at the moment, is it a stalemate? We appreciate now there's a ceasefire, but as soon as one wants to relieve them. Secondly, I appreciate the fact that you indicated that the remains of the soldiers will be repatriated tomorrow, whether that is the beginning of the operation or not. And I understand again operational issues, but when will our troops be relieved? That is the key aspect. Those troops that are now sitting there, the reports are with limited water, limited food. When will they be relieved? And is there a diplomatic process to engage that? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the two ministers, the minister and the deputy minister, failed to take the country into confidence, and they had this opportunity to do so. Instead, the minister took this platform and podium to protect and respond to things that shouldn't even concern her. That is up to the presidency spokesperson to respond on that. Her duty should have been to give the country answers as to when is this mission ending. As they have concluded it in Windhoek. Now give us a date and time. When is this mission ending? What type of mission is this that can't end, General? What type of mission is this that can't end? It's just continuous, continuous, continuous. You said you have seen the injured soldiers. And then you even reported here, you have seen the injured soldiers. Why is those soldiers not here back? If you have seen them, why are they not back in the country if they are so much injured? Why did we leave them there? So, General, your connotation of the white flag, you are misleading us and you are bringing this parliament into disrepute. And that is very irresponsible of you. For a person in this position, you don't take ourselves serious and our intelligence serious. So please, if you are doing it at some Likotla and at ANC cabinet meeting, not here in parliament, not here in parliament, and then you say we should have used, even playing it down to a red flag and not a white flag. People are dying. Families are sitting without breadwinners. And you and the minister, you come here, you come and frankly wasted our afternoon. We want also a time as to when is that plane landing, wherever, at Waterkloof or wherever, when are they landing here with those bodies? Because we want to give our brothers and sisters that have died there, fighting for God knows what they were fighting for, a dignified send-off. And then you didn't touch on the issue of standing down on the state of the nation in displaying what you are having and all of that. You haven't even touched on that because you just want it to continue as normal. So if it's indeed safe to go there, Chair, we must write to maybe perhaps as this committee, and if you don't want to write it, we'll write it ourselves as the EFF, to state that the Defence Force must not be allowed to display on the day of SONA 1. And 2, on the removal, because you didn't speak about any consequence management of even those generals that went and played golf. We're continuously seeing photos of people getting out of helicopters and all of those things. Putting the ministers displaying those populace from her office. And then she comes here and says those kids that cried over their parents that have died and the breadwinners that have died, it's fake accounts, they are making it up and all of those things. How can you make up crying for your parent that have perished? How can you make up tears that your parents won't ever be able to see you graduate, will never be able to see you married, will never be able to see their grandkids? How do you make up such emotion? So please, don't take us for granted. Don't take the country and our constituencies for granted. If you are doing it to each other there, don't involve us, don't include us. And I support the advocate, and it will come out maybe perhaps on Monday. We need an inquiry. People, heads need to roll. People need to take responsibility. It can't be business as usual and we are comfortably displaying our army and 14 people have perished. And it seemed to me that you still don't know how many is still likely to perish, because your answers here today haven't been satisfactory at all, and it's quite disappointing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And just on the back of the of my colleague's question about the deployment, perhaps the General can give us an indication. The DA has already written to the Speaker of Parliament to say that there should not be such a display. Chairperson, my questions are not re-questions. They're my original questions. They weren't answered by the Minister. I posed 3 questions and I'm going to ask them again. The first question is about the air support, and I specifically asked about the Roy Volks. I know the General did give an answer about the Roy Volks. It wasn't my question. What the Minister did say was that you don't take all your firepower to a peacekeeping mission. I don't know if that was directed at my question, but if it was, in 2013 we deployed a Roy Volk in the DRC and we successfully pushed back the M23 rebels. So either we do not have Roy Volks, or military intelligence is not giving our troops the information that they require. So I'm going to ask the question again. Why was the SANDF contingent deployed to the DRC despite lacking effective air superiority and a strategic air bridge between South Africa and the operational area in Goma? And the reason why I'm asking that is that the lack of air support to be deployed, the lack of air support to deployed forces is not aligned with the 2015 Defence Review. So the second question was on the back of the budget cuts, and these were all asked to the Minister on the back of her interview. My second question was, you said there is no price for peace, and you said that twice. You emphasized that. What is your current view on that? Do you still say there is no price on peace? And my third question was, who are the we confident people that you were referring to? You were confident. And who is it that has given you and the President the assurance that he can sign the deployment of our troops for another year? Who are they? And what are the consequences?
Thank you, Honorable Mutambi. Then we'll go to the bench behind you, come this way, and then we will cross. We will go to the parties to my right.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate the response with regard to the training. But my question was especially in terms of this M23, which is so technologically advanced. That training, I hope it equated that. And then the issue that we'll be confronted with as these committees, if you read the presidential letter on deployment for Operation Tiva, that was dated 24 December 2024, there was the issue of the total cost for the mission until 24 December. With these current developments now around Goma, I should think then the question that comes to the chief is whether now are we not going to require additional resources to deal with these issues. So that's the issue that I wanted to raise as a way of follow-up. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, has there been joint training of the SADC forces that are deployed to DRC? My question emanates from the fact that if you hear what we are being told today by the generals, it would seem as if our forces were caught in crossfire, which talks to the lack of coordinated efforts within the SADC. That brings me to the next question that says, why are we hearing about 3 countries that are in DRC at the moment if SADC is made up of 15 countries? Did I hear wrong? I'm hearing 3 countries instead of 15 that are there. And if I can follow on the minister's statement, we rely on the 15 countries. So if they are missing in action, where does that put our own forces? My next question says, why did SAMI, DRC, and SANDF contingent not reinforce their positions and personnel when the M23 was making southerly advance, considering that reports in open media prior to the attack on Goma in late January clearly noted the advance of the M23 and that it was advancing south to Goma. In conclusion, Chair, I hope that the general is not telling us what he thinks we need to hear when he says the bodies will be back tomorrow. I just hope that for the sake of the nation, because he's not just telling this committee, there's a nation out there in mourning. We hope that the bodies will be back tomorrow as we are being told today. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you. Thanks once more to the General for the responses. But what pricked me to raise my hand, Chair, I heard the General saying the DRC was fighting the M23 in Burundi. Is it not true that the M23 are already inside DRC simply because there are some of their brothers and sisters who are actually the residents within the borders? As far as history tells us that because of apartheid or because of the colonial states, they sort of rerouted the boundaries, which resulted in part of citizens of the Rwandan state portion has been taken into DRC.
I'm asking this chap, still was, I've heard the chief saying the DRC soldiers were pushing the M23 into Rwanda. Then can the chief confirm or deny the fact that the reports that are running around of saying the M23 are being backed by the soldiers of Rwanda? Is it true or not true if one looks at or at what has been said here that the DRC was at the back of the SANDF members, or in the middle, where the SANDF was in the middle of the DRC and the Rwanda. In your words, you've been saying Rwanda, Rwanda, Rwanda. Is that confirming the fact that Rwandan members of the defense force are aiding the M23? Thank you. Or lastly, on the issue of the rescue, can you confirm, Chief, whether it will be the UN that assists in getting out our deceased back home, or maybe it's the South African government that has sort of utilized the method of getting our dead brothers back home? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It's now becoming a norm for the generals of the Defense Force to come and mislead this committee. I still repeat, there are ships and the aircrafts who are unserviceable. When we ask from you, you cry about budget cut. And on the other side, you do have resources. I still repeat, you do have resources that we are spending on the mission DRC. But today the general says, and the minister, the money, all the resources comes from SADC. The minister, she even said, all those 15 countries that we are counting are the ones who are supporting the mission. This is what you said, Minister. And in those 15 countries, is our country excluded from using resources, the taxpayers' money of this country, to go and support something that it's not clear? What is happening in the DRC? Don't think maybe you are dealing with blind people or people who cannot think. We are not dealing with people who cannot think here. That is why I've said from the onset, can you tell the nation and the world, what is it that we are defending there that makes you to take the payers' money, the taxpayers' money? The money that is supposed to be servicing things that are not right, like ships. You always tell us that ships are not working. That is why you are not able to do this and to do that. And you want one of your generals, some of your generals, they once presented to us that there are 2 billion, there's a 2 billion that went to assist the mission of the mission in the DRC. But today, you mislead us. You tell us that no, the money is from SADC, and the money it's from I don't know where does the money come from exactly, because you are talking about as the honorable from the left side, from my left hand side, said you are busy telling us about 15 countries. What are those countries? And who are those? Really, you're talking about 15 statesmen who took decision. What does that mean? What does that mean? Does that mean we must be involved? We must be involved in internal affairs of other countries? Going around, because we are South Africa, going around and defending all these countries, because we have become an African defense force. There's no peace that is being kept there. We are not keeping any peace.
Can you wrap up?
Yes, I'll wrap up. You are not doing any peacekeeping. Tell the world, what is it that you are defending at the expense of these soldiers? Lastly, can you bring back the soldiers? Can our soldiers be removed from the DRC, back to the country? Please. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me start out by saying I think I share the frustration that my other members that have spoken already are experiencing and feeling. And that is because some of the questions that we've asked, I don't think is national security, and I don't think will negatively impact our forces and our troops in the DRC. What we are here to do is we are members of parliament who are standing here as elected officials by South Africa to represent them and to ensure that the South African government has not taken our men and women into a position where they should not have been. But more than that, we need to give South Africans the assurance that they were not just there for personal interests, that their lives were not lost in vain, and that we have a reassurance in what is happening to those left. Chairperson, and if that then begs a closed session for the Minister and the Chief to take us into their confidence, to give us the honest facts about what is happening, then so be it. And I would be the first one to support that, because with all due respect, Chairperson, the answers we have gotten today does not speak to what we want to find out. We still do not know. And what worries me is in the responses by the Minister and the General, I have more questions than I had when I started in. Because how can we can be assured that it was indirect fire, it was not ground combat, close combat, yet we lost 14 soldiers. But nothing is said of the injured soldiers, because I can almost promise you, there wasn't just 14 people shot by oopsie-daisy. There was people injured. What is happening to those peoples? Because I think it was the Honourable Hutton that asked, what is happening to our logistical lines? I asked that initially. I said, you don't have to give the details, but what we want to know is, can our stocks be replenished? We are being told, be it by propaganda media and by other countries, whatever, are our soldiers being surrounded Are they being supplied with stocks by M23 because they feel sorry for them? And are we not able to get hold of them, Chairperson? The fact of the matter is, the Minister said in her response two very, very worrying quotes. The signs were there. And then she said, we just took enough to protect ourselves. And in reference to what Honourable Gottschall said and referred to 2015 where a Roy Falk was there, and we're not saying that we need the specifics of that, but the General made mention of an Oryx. An Oryx is a utility helicopter. It's not a combat helicopter. So we have Oryxes there, but we can't protect ourselves. So the Minister is incorrect when she says we have just enough to protect ourselves, because we don't have something as simple as a Roy Falk to even protect ourselves there, and that is the problem. And Minister, lastly, Chairperson through you, sorry, I want to know what is happening to our troops. When are we bringing them home? Or what is happening to them there? Because I know that humanitarian aid has left. Them and their assets were taken days ago. If rumors and WhatsApp messages can be trusted, the other SADC troops have also left. And it is only South African troops that are still stuck there. So I want to know, do we have a plan to protect them, replenish their forces, or take them out? Because currently we are leaving them out to dry like biltong. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I believe we all know that there has been an exchange of words between the President of this country and the President of Rwanda, where, the President of Rwanda said, should there be any confrontation, they are ready for that. I'm checking now the status of our country in terms of capabilities and combat ready. It may happen, maybe that question may not be answered here, but it's important that maybe if it's not answered here, that the question is, are we ready in terms of capabilities, equipment, or, now, I'm worried about that because looking to the intelligence of our country, I think we have a problem. Because they were supposed to be able even to see before, what happened, but it didn't. They couldn't see it. Now, I've got, another question that the Minister said, well, the SADC or MINUSCO is paying for the deployment. That's fine. We know that the President always, write a letter to say, I'm deploying the soldiers, then that money will come back. But my question, what happens now with the cost of the repatriation of the remains that are there? Who is going to pay for those, remains to come here? And is there any compensation for our soldiers that have, died there, or is going to be the liability of our country? Chair, I think, let me go, I asked a question about how many soldiers are deployed by South Africa to DRC and under SADC and MINUSCO. Now, I'm looking at this. If you look, in DRC, we have only Malawi and Tanzania and South Africa that are part of the peacekeeping. But countries like, Uganda and others are not part of that. In terms of numbers, does South Africa have more soldiers than the other two countries, that is Tanzania and Malawi? If they are more than two countries, it seems like South Africa is like a defense force for the DRC. Maybe if I can be answered on that question, because to me, I'm worried now about when it comes for any circumstances that may take place South Africa will be responsible. How many soldiers are deployed there? And then two, I think the last one, there is, a strategy in the department that soldiers that are above 55 years cannot be deployed to those, peacekeeping missions. What's happening with the experience that we need there to say we cannot send the people with experience, we only want to send the youngsters. And those young people going there, are we confident that just the mission training and the combat-ready training, they have that experience required for them when they are there in the DRC? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. And this colleague asked if we are ready, combat ready. I don't know if you've seen the inaugurations, and those paratroopers, there's always a casualty. They knock themselves out when they get to the ground. We're not ready. We don't have properly trained soldiers. If you look at it, it's we are sitting ducks. And so, Minister, I asked a question, and it was the first question I asked, and you never responded. On the 29th of January, last week, and I hope you can remember, you said had the president, if he had to issue a warning to Rwandan forces and the president stating that hostilities against the South African National Defence Force would be considered a declaration of war, it could have avoided the catastrophe. And I'm asking you, that's what you said. Are you saying that the president neglected his duty, causing the death of 14 soldiers so far, and who knows how many more? If we have to go by what the possibility of injured people there as well, because one died just 2 days ago. So, because if that's correct, and the president neglected his duty, the president must be impeached. Because the death of our sons and daughters can't have a negligent man holding such a position, causing the death of South Africans. I mean, it's not the first time he's done that. So I need you to answer that question, Minister. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair, thank you. Thank you very much. And let me first and foremost thank the parties that supported the proposal for, some have called it an inquiry, I have called it an investigation, be that as it may, it's a matter of semantics, but the signs are there, or the unity is there, that there must be some kind of inquiry/investigation. That is the first point. The second point is, Chairperson, what we have seen here or heard here today is, and what we know, what is happening on the ground, is a total misrepresentation of what we know, what has been reported by credible media houses and sources, and even governments, communications. It is reported that our soldiers are under siege by M23 forces. They are surrounded. It is reported that they are running out of logistics. They don't have any logistical support, i.e. food, diesel, and all those type of things, General Olomisa. They are under siege. They are just sitting there. They don't know what to do. And we were hoping to get the full truth and nothing but the truth here today. But it would appear that the truth is evading Parliament today, Chairperson. That's the second point. And then On Sunday evening, there was a retired general. He retired December. They call him Fanisa Sankara Shesi. He categorically stated on national TV that the involvement of the South African National Defence Force in the Congo is totally unnecessary. Should not be there. As a general that retired just now, December. He was in the top leadership of the army. He was on the show of Heidi Jokos. You can go and search that. And then the last point, General Chairperson, I want to ask, we've heard about SADC and we're hiding behind SADC and SADC is authorized and we heard about the United Nations and so on, but there's nothing no organization can force a country to partake in a war or in a peacekeeping or whatever mission you'd like to call it. So we cannot hide behind SADC to say it's a SADC force with 15 nations or 4 nations or what have you. We cannot hide behind it. South Africa had a free will to say, no, we will not participate. And then I want to ask a straight question lastly. The FDLR, Democratic Forces for the Liberation of Rwanda, is our South African soldiers fighting alongside the FDLR, alongside when they were there, in order to reach the objective? Because many of these soldiers in the FDLR were reportedly involved in the genocide in Rwanda. If South Africa is going that route, if they're fighting alongside those forces, why is it that South Africa is going rogue? Rogue, yes. And why are we so determined to fight and achieve the objective to protect the minerals of the wealthy, the politically exposed of this country, South Africa, and all other connected people? Thank you very much.
Use your mic so that we hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll limit myself to 2 finance-related questions and then a statement directed at the Minister. The first question is that in the midterm budget statement 2024 on page 60, we have penciled in more than 3.5 billion rand over the next 2 years for this, what seems to be ill-fated mission. So am I correct in my reading of the budget that this horror movie will now continue for at least another 2 years, especially given the evasive answers on when our soldiers are coming out? And the second question is that the DoD received qualified audit outcomes for the past 5 financial years. The SIU is running multiple investigations into the DoD, including for Gupta-linked contracts for armored vehicles, which we paid billions for and still haven't received, and not one was available to GOMA. And is it then not accurate that the rampant corruption in the DoD is responsible for the deaths of South African soldiers? My statement to the Minister is as follows. Your responses here strike me as taking on an arrogant tone. You say to us that if you missed our questions, then we must ask them again. And then you say to us that the soldiers are there to protect themselves and therefore might not have adequate weapons. Now, I understand that the Minister takes luxurious holidays abroad, and this House has already confirmed that 10 years ago. But this is not a holiday, Mr. Chair. Our soldiers are either there to fight or they should come home. Minister, I think you ought to resign in disgrace and go off into the sunset instead of coming here with that attitude.
No, thanks, Chairperson. I think I will have to commend the Defense Secretary for his attempt to spin the issue of the white flag. So it's quite funny. It's worrisome from the Minister to utter irresponsible statements to suggest that we are combat ready to defend ourselves against any threat as a nation, knowing very well that we are in no position to even maintain our own artillery and sustain what we have, including the upkeep of the equipment. So it's worrisome if she sleeps peacefully at night, under such reality, it's really disturbing. I would propose and suggest that the minister hang her boots and give someone with a little patriotism, because it's unpatriotic of her to utter such irresponsible statements under the conditions that we find ourselves in the South African National Defence Force. So it is undeniable fact that since early 2000, we've been involved in this mission, and this mission is about the resources of the DRC. Now, with the elementary comprehension of the president diplomacy, he's been uttering all sorts of things that create problems for the nation, and it exposes our vulnerability and poses a threat against us, including the minister. It's worrisome. Now, with the desperation of Kagame and other players that are buying these Zamazama acquired minerals, diplomatically, because he is desperate. Now, if these engagements don't yield any peaceful outcomes, what then becomes our position in this particular mission as a nation? Because it poses serious war, serious threats, and it means we ought to be ready to be able to handle the implications of our activities and presence in the DRC at this stage, should we not find diplomatic outcomes, peaceful outcomes, and ultimately find the peace that we claim or characterize this mission to be as peacekeeping mission or peacekeeping force, but knowing very well that there's hard force and the defense personnel is exposed to heavy artillery in a war zone. So if maybe the minister and the defense secretary can respond to such in terms of our diplomatic approaches, what are we ready indeed to fight if we are to fight, because this has been happening for over decades now. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, sir. My advice to the office of the minister is for them to improve on communication so as to avoid these different signals. Because as we all sit here, we've got different signals of what is exactly happening in TRC. The office of the minister, the office of the president, and the chief of the SANDF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm always the last one, can say that. But now that we have been briefed by the minister and the SANDF, I think now we know what is happening in the DRC. Let alone that it seems as if we as members, we had our own information. Being given the answers, we're still having those information, and we want the answers to be like that. I think for us, we need to make an assessment and evaluate the situation of our soldiers now that we have been given this information, and take a decision of what must happen to those soldiers. We must leave out all the other issues. We've said that when are they coming back, those bodies? And yet we're saying again, they're being put there, they're not coming tomorrow. And yet we have been given that information. Why don't us as members, because this thing, it's not for a particular party. This issue is for the nation. Because those soldiers, they're not for a particular party. Those corps of those soldiers are not for a particular party. Then we need to grandstand. We're talking about lives lost here, being on a mission. I think us as members have said that we cannot do anything except we're given the correct information. Then out of that correct information, and yet we're still saying that this is the wrong information. Which information did you want? Which information did you want to hear? Now say to the minister and the generals, look out at the situation, weigh the situation there in the DRC, evaluate and make an assessment. Then when you want to say, advise us. In fact, we're going to tell you of what you must do. Thank you.
Honorable Dakota, then we'll go back to the minister and the team.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and once more. I think from the flow of discussion, it has become very concerning that I will have to ask the Chief of the National Defence Force to take the nation into confidence, whether as South Africans in South Africa are we safe, so that we deal with the possible anxiety in our nation as a result of the casualties we suffered in the DRC, so that we tell the nation the country is safe and all our people, so that there is no doubt. But I would also want to implore on the Portfolio Committee, joined as it is, that as a nation we swim together and we sing together in moments such as this ones. What is very key, even though members raise issues of concern, including the repatriation of bodies, I think we still have to have full confidence in our department who can help us to bring our bodies back at home and ensure that there's a safe evacuation of those who are going to remain behind, to bring them back also home finally when the mission ends. So I would implore on the committee that we are solution driven in points that we want to raise, and not undermine the fact that the points that were raised were very genuine, upright and straightforward. And I think it's incumbent upon those who are in administration to ensure that we fully implement what the Portfolio Committee would like to be done, and that all aspects raised by the Portfolio Committee are taken into consideration. Chairperson, I would like to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the generals. Thank you. There is a hand.
Sorry, Chair. Questions were asked in the second round. There were no responses. Do we understand that those responses will be coming in writing, and if so, when?
When I mentioned them, I was asking them to respond to the questions, then we close. I have been receiving a few texts from members reminding me that the meeting was supposed to finish at 4. The members were quite generous in their contributions. And so if you honorable members feel that we should allow for written answers, but let me give the minister to answer those questions they can answer, and the rest are noted, will be responded to in writing. Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I won't be long. Again, if they are missing answers from the questions raised we will be willing to respond, Chair. And Chair, I have to say this with utmost respect and humility, that it will be, I will not be able to repeat the answers that I've given on some of the questions. And if members are not happy with the answers, it's unfortunate. Those are the answers we have. Because member says, the minister should have said this, the minister should have said this. So he has the answers that he wants. So I can't say the things that he wants to hear. I have to say the things that I need to say, so that if members to say the minister should have said this, then why was I asked until they have the question, the answers? So I will not be able to get that and repeat the answers or give answers in the way the members want them. The one that I want to, there was also to say that the member says asked 3 questions. I answered to say I agree with, I stand by what I said. When I say we, I'm the Minister of Defense and the spokesperson for the department. So I am entitled to say we as the department. And unfortunately, I even include you as a South African, because I'm your minister. So when I say we, I even speak on your behalf. Yeah. So you are also included. So we includes you. And to say, Chair, no, you can choose one. And to say, Chair, I said peace, there's no price. I'll say it 10 times. So to repeat what I said, to say I stand by what I said, I stand by it. And we, I speak on your behalf as your minister. And then, Chair, on colonialism, I think it's a very interesting debate that is unfolding. But the principle is that is there internationally, that we have to respect the existing boundaries of colonialism. We respect the integrity, because if we bring it home close, Chair, which means you can even start questioning the Lesotho, Swaziland, and Botswana, because they're protectorates which come from South Africa, and therefore says the Basutus in Lesotho are not Basutu. So, so it's an interesting debate, it's a historical debate, but the principle is recognizing and respecting the integrity of existing boundaries, colonial boundaries. And yes, it has its own difficulties. So Tutsis in Congo, Congolese first. More than Tutsis. But it's an issue for them. And I don't think it's an issue I think we can resolve. But I think that's what the principle is saying. And I think, Chair, we've said so many things about budgets, then in the budget speech. I thought we were speaking about the next time you want us to speak about the budget, what we say about the shortfalls and how that we will be able to answer it. Because we can't answer everything in one situation. So we were asked to speak about the situation that in the DRC, and that's what we tried to do. But if there are more questions about the budgets, what we said in the budget speech, we will still be able to do it if members want it. So we'll still do it. And the other one, which I must say, Chair, again, I don't want to be sounding judgmental. I'm quite surprised that the South Africans were questioning solidarity with other countries. We're products of solidarity. That's why we're able to go and repatriate remains in other countries. So solidarity is part of us. Now to say, what do we want there? What do we want there? When we're chased by apartheid, we run to those countries. It is a responsibility to be in solidarity with countries. So it's not anything that we should be ashamed of, that we're in solidarity. And then, as I say, what the general said, it's also this matter of saying, because one general said this, and he's saying what we want to hear, so what that general is saying, that's the truth. It's our choice to take what the general is saying is the ultimate truth, because the general is saying what we want to hear. And Chair, because I was reprimanded to say I should speak respectfully to members. The member is not here. I really just don't think it's correct, even for members, to cast aspersions on people's personalities. That I travel and stay over. I don't even know anybody, and it's like, go to holidays in Limpopo. Because that's where, or even KZN. And so I think if there are issues that we raise here, let's not raise issues about our private personal lives and how do I sleep. Do I have to come and speak about my sleeping patterns? I just think it's a problem, Chair, and I'm really asking for equal respect because we are instructed to respect, which is, I must, how do I sleep at night? I don't think I have to come and speak about my sleeping patterns. So I do accept that we have to improve communications, but on the strength of the force, I think the other thing also, Chair, this has raised a very important debate. There's a recent report which is ranking defense forces in the country. And I can proudly tell the members that South Africa comes third in the continent after Egypt and Algeria. We're number 3. So we have no doubt. So all the things that were not properly trained is, I think we will not be a perfect defense force. We can't be a perfect defense force. I don't think there's any perfect structure, but we're saying in terms of what we need to do, I can assure members, I can assure the public that indeed we are a force to reckon with. We are a force to reckon with. So I want to stop there and say, because
Honorable members, please. No. Honorable members, let's be fair with one another. Let's be fair.
Point of order. Chair,
Point of order.
Chair, the minister does not speak on my behalf nor on behalf of the economic freedom fighters. The minister's response is ashamed. And she should be ashamed of herself, and I apologize, and she will not apologize. I apologize to the nation and to the families of the soldiers who died for what she had done and what the SANDF had done. Not in my name.
Honorable members, we are honorable members. Honorable members, what we are doing right now is shameful. It is extremely shameful. The country is looking at us to discuss an important matter. We allow ourselves to digress from the topic at hand at any given time for cheap party political scoring. Let's not do it. Let's not do it. The country is watching us. There are people awaiting their children. We've all spoken here as if we are sympathetic. If we are as genuinely sympathetic, then let's demonstrate it in action. We may have different views about issues being discussed, but let's respect one another and respect the sensitivity of the topic on the table. I request us to please remain calm. General, please respond to the questions that you have to respond to, and then we close the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I'm sorry, you didn't recognize my hand. You didn't recognize
Let us take the answers. We do not have the whole time to be sitting here. Let us take the responses. Honorable members, you had 2 sessions to raise questions. And on top of that, you don't want responses. You still want to talk even more.
Chairperson, the minister, and what is shameful is that you are saying we need to respect the environment that we are in.
Absolutely.
The minister's responses are not respectful.
You do not agree with the minister. That is a separate topic.
Who advised her and who advised the president? She says she's speaking on all of our behalf. That is not an answer.
Honorable member, I request your respect. Yes, I do. I request it. And don't respond. I request your respect. You have asked questions. If you don't agree with the minister, you do not have to raise that at each time she speaks. Just as nobody raises their disagreement with you each time you speak. Let us allow the questions, the answers to the questions asked to be tabled. They are being tabled. If you don't agree with them, that's a subject for another matter. General, please respond.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to honorable members for all the inputs. And we, as the South African National Defence Force, take note of the advice, concerns, And as I said, whilst the nation is going, it's in mourning, I also am equally one of those that are touched. I just want to respond to a few things. Whether state security and the Defence Force do share in information, there is a symbiotic relationship between SSA and the National Defence Force. There are forums that had been created. We do share and we do take heed of the advice that they give. I think I will stop at that in terms of the sharing. Honorable Chair, I know I do not belong to this elite house, but I would like to raise the fact that the Defence Force is not a party Defence Force, and nor is it partisan. It is supposed to be apolitical. And to refer to the Chief of the National Defence Force saying that go to the ANC Cabinet Lekgotla, for me, Chair, I think your Defence Force, honorable members, it's your Defence Force. It's not, it belongs to the people of South Africa, and the people of South Africa's confidence lies in the ability of the Defence Force to be able to take care of their lives. And on that note, I would like really to take this matter and say, I want to reiterate, we are apolitical as a Defence Force. Chair, the second issue that I just want to respond to matters that had been raised, which we are supposed to answer to. I am not going to spare the details, except that we were very excited when we were told that you are making this sitting an open sitting so that we can at least take our people in confidence and be able to share with them what they need to know. We have tried to respond to the current situation and the disposition of M23, as well as why I had been mentioning Rwanda. I want to put this in context, Honorable Chair and members. What I said is not that we were between FRDC and M23. I was referring to the incident that happened at Goma Airport, where FRDC fired across the border into Rwanda. That is when I mentioned Rwanda as a country. Secondly, I said Rwanda responded to their fire, because if you are fired at, in whatever way, the fire was coming over our base, because indirect fire does not go straight. So you are between the forces that are firing and those that are being fired at. And that is what I meant when I said we found ourselves now between the fire of FRDC, which is the DRC forces, and Rwandan forces, which is RDF. That is the clarity that I wanted to make on that matter. Then the other issue, Chair and members, when we were here in this session, I got this message because all along I'd been getting information with regard to progress. I'd been engaging with different stakeholders for me to be able to reaffirm when am I going to get my youngsters back here, because they are part of my defense family. So I got a message to say there is assurance that repatriation of our members is going to take place tomorrow. And that is the message that I just read. And I didn't mince it, I didn't interrogate it. And so that is what I have said. And I am saying so because I'm saying this to honorable members as well as to all South Africans. The third issue that I just want to respond to is that we are not habitual liars. And one thing that we try and do is to provide information that is as accurate. Where we don't have details, we are open to say we will go and provide responses but we are not liars. And the challenge, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, is that when a certain general issues a statement that is not supported and is not reported through the channels of command, one may not be able to try and respond to. I wouldn't like to delve into what General Shezi said. That is something that we can engage on outside, because I won't be able to give a response to. The last issue, there are so many other issues that had been raised, but I'm going to the last one, and I will also, if so allowed, because it is through you, Chair, that the GOC op issue who had been presenting might have additional information that I might have left out. However, I want to reassure all South Africans that you do have a defense force that is capable of defending and protecting you. The unfortunate incident that happened in DRC is not as a result of lack of our ability to protect and defend you. We will continue to be your pillar, the last hope that you have, and we will always continue to bring hope where hope is abundant. So on that note, South Africa and all its people, we will continue to protect the territorial integrity. We will continue to look after your needs, and we will need, during this period of mourning, to rally our effort together and move into conclusion of this sad period of grief. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members of
Deputy Minister Holomisa, any word?
Chairperson and honorable members, this task has been handled by 3 people in this country. This incident which we have been witnessing is the President, Minister of Defense, and the Commander of the National Defense Force. The briefing they have given you, I think, is within their mandate. And I don't think, therefore, we need to elaborate more. But what I would suggest we do in future, because our troops are still in the battle or in the field there are certain things which can be discussed in the open. There are certain things which cannot be discussed. How I wish that perhaps the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence, which includes all the structures, including defense, could have been the one which started this process, because there everyone has been vetted and screened. And the general and the minister, even the president, would have been free to speak openly in more detail, especially on issues related to operations. But I heard that you might have another session, but that one would be within the closed doors. So I hope that the department will assist you in that regard. Lastly, there are 2 things which I wish this committee can do. You are aware about the question of resources of the Department of Defense. I think you need to assist the department by engaging the relevant portfolio committee of finance with a view to present a case for our troops and the country. Secondly, the other matter which you may have to consider is how are we going to deal with the clarion call which says bring back the troops of South Africa back home. It is not the Department of Defense which will take that decision. It is yourselves, because you approved the deployment of troops in DRC. So we may have to say, all right, let's call the international relations, the presidency, to form a committee to evaluate the whole setup. But to expect the Department of Defense that it would just take the troops out of DRC, so that is not going to happen. We may be invited to submit a staff paper which says what is the situation there, and then we take it forward. But the Department of Defense, I'm sure, is going to participate in such discussions. But at the present moment, the operation in DRC is at the need-to-know level. Even the Deputy President and myself, we don't sit with the President and Minister and the Commander. So let us leave it like that. Please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. The co-chair will close the meeting. Just as we do.
I have a feeling you are concluding. I want to repeat my question. The questions that have not been responded to, will that now follow in writing?
If you just are patient a bit, I would have answered already your question.
You are already
No. You were not patient enough to listen to me. I was going to answer your question.
I was afraid you would say the meeting is closed before I start speaking.
Okay, no, not a problem. Just as I hand over to the co-chair, just a few remarks. The outstanding questions, General, we have 7 working days within which to give us written responses. Secondly, we certainly have to pursue a closed meeting for other issues that would not be responded to in a public meeting. So we will ask the presiding officers for a date for that. Thirdly, on the state of the National Defence Force, the committee of the 6th Parliament had made a report and requested a debate in the House on the state of the National Defence Force, particularly in view of the declining budget and other issues. We have written to the presiding officers reiterating that plea for a debate so that we can discuss that issue. We don't think the meeting the debate on Monday will have time to cover that. The meeting on Monday in Parliament, the debate on Monday will deal specifically with the DRC. We still would like to have a debate in the House on the general issue of the state of the National Defence Force as arising from the report of the 6th Parliament. So we are going to follow up until we are given a date for that debate. We have noted, Honourable Niehaus, the point you raised regarding documentation. I think the issue was the sensitivity of the matter, and because there was a confusion about whether it would be a closed meeting or an open meeting. But the point is noted. We will ensure that that is adhered to going forward. And finally, for SONA, I don't think I think the chief whips of the political parties must raise the issue with the presiding officers because we can't direct Parliament with regard to the, what do you call it? Yes, the Grand Parade. But I think the chief whips of the presiding officers, of the political parties, must be spoken to raise it with the presiding officers. And Co-Chair, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, Deputy Minister, the Command Staff. and honorable members. Honorable members, the DRC matter comprises a complex and a deeply seated factors in our continent, and I think the summary which has been presented here gave us a context and of the deployment and the state of our soldiers currently, and including the state of activities of the key fighting forces in DRC. And they were very open. And the general indicated again here that the war is fluid in any dynamic circumstances. Therefore, we believe in what they are saying. We will engage as this committee together. Will engage on these matters in order to find a solution. We really appreciate your concern, and we hope the minister and all of us have noted your concerns, and that they will indeed, provide answers where possible. And the issues which are related to operational matters, let's leave them to the command staff, and we really believe and have confidence on the institutions, and we must give them much cooperation and assistance where possible. With this, honorable members, thank you very much, and thank you, Minister, and thank you, support staff, and the meeting stand adjourned. Thank you. Thank you.
So you saw at the end.
It was hectic. It was hectic.
You were afraid you were going to
Yes, it was the crossfire because I could say M23 was firing from that side.
The media is waiting for us. Yeah? The media is waiting for us. The preacher is
the media.